待たせてしまってすまない。これからはずっと一緒だ。
Hey, what's going on, guys? It's been quite a while since we've done a Snowbreak stream, but I did want to complete Operation Midnight before the patch went away, because by now I think we've all seen what the next patch is going to look like. That trailer was quite good, actually. But this patch is all about Agave / Vidya. So let's actually start off with getting right into the main story. That's unique. I haven't taken a look at this at all, actually. So everything here is brand new to me. Let's start with Progress 1. The Nightmare and Her. Get the Diamond, my knight. If a gun appears in Act 1... This is cool. I like how they're starting this out. You can be certain that it'll go off in Act 3. Ah. Everyone's here. Excellent. You know why I keep calling you all together. At midnight in the museum's Grand Hall, the sharp-suited curator stood on a stool, emphasizing the importance of tonight's duties with his vigorous speech in front of dozens of security guards. With an empathetic gesture, the gleaming object in his hand caught every eye. My God, it's the tear from the sky. It's called the Tear of the Welkin, you idiot. Get it right. I'll be damned. It's as big as a goose egg. With a sly smirk, the curator allowed the whispers to build. His intention had been precisely this, to drive home the value of the diamond to his staff. What's up, Wriggle? I believe you're all up to speed by now. This Tear of the Welkin here is the largest diamond in the world. It's worth, let's just say it could easily buy almost half of New Hentiro. Another ripple of astonishment instantly swept the crowd. So, no matter what, even if it means an all-nighter for everyone, this diamond must stay safe. Keep your eyes peeled outside the hall. Don't let even a Kuru bee buzz past. As for inside, our state-of-the-art Ulster security system will do its job. Just make sure you don't accidentally trip the alarm, because... With a nonchalant flick of his wrist, the curator tossed a handkerchief towards a display case. Instantly, crimson lasers sliced through it, leaving a smolder of burnt fabric in the air. Mishaps like that won't be covered by workers' comp. With a satisfied nod at his little performance, the curator securely tucked the diamond back into its display case. He knew that what had just transpired had been faithfully recorded by the surveillance cameras facing the museum hall. The higher-ups would likely be very pleased. However, unbeknownst to him and everyone in the hall, the surveillance system's feeds had already been tapped into by an external network, currently streaming live to an unknown recipient's device. Katya. Oh, wait. Why does that look like, what's her name? Oh no, just forgot her name. Brain fart. Our video game girl. In a dimly lit, poorly ventilated room with a faint scent of energy drinks. Yep. A single streak of light filtered through a gap in the curtains, battling the glow from several oversized monitors. While most would avoid working in such a space, the young hacker thrived in this unpleasant sanctum. No! Frisia? The monitors reflected in her eyes, displaying live feeds from all around the museum, including the ongoing briefing in the Grand Hall. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, skillfully merging the feeds into a three-dimensional hologram of the museum's layout. The hologram not only pinpointed surveillance cameras and electrified fences, but also highlighted the security patrol's routes. There we go. Oh yeah, that was Frisia. Just as the girl stretched, admiring her handiwork, she heard a sharp knock at the door. Password. This is the temperature of desperation. The door unlocked upon recognizing the eccentric passphrase. Come in. Before she could finish, the visitor pushed the door open, flooding the room with ample light and exposing the disarray of files and clothes all around. Ignis, this place could use a little cleaning, don't you think? Agave paused at the doorway, arms crossed, frowning at the familiar disarray, clearly hesitant to enter. Well, I call it strategically organized. Everything I need is just an arm's length away. Perfectly efficient. What kind of logic? My knight, aren't you going to discipline your sister? I had been casually observing from behind, amused by their usual bickering. With Agave yanking me into the fray, I had no choice but to walk into the room. Navigating a minefield of empty soda cans, files, and strewn laundry, I made my way to Ignis and slightly smacked her on the head as a symbolic punishment. Ow! That hurt! Oh, the drip. Maybe we should get down to business. A few minutes later, after some arduous tidying by Ignis, Agave and I finally got to sit on the edge of a cleared bed, our focus drawn to the holographic projection of the museum floating in the middle of the room. All right then, allow me, Professor Dr. Ignis, to brief you on this mission. After her opening remarks, Ignis magnified the projection, centering on the showcase bathing in a golden glow in the middle of the Grand Hall. I'm sure you've heard the news reports about the Tear of the Welkin. Currently, the world's largest diamond is right there in the museum. And tomorrow, after the exhibition, it's scheduled to be handed off to its new owner, Mr. Beater. Badir, you mean? Precisely. The buyer is none other than one of the higher-ups of Jotunheim, the notorious transnational crime syndicate. We're going to nab that diamond and spoil his day. So, this is another mission based on your personal whims, isn't it? Though I said that, I wasn't actually questioning my sister Ignis's judgment. I never really did. After all, she was the brains. It was her idea that I operate in the city under the moniker Midnight Knight, and partner with the secret agent Shadow Agave. Though not related by blood, I'd come to trust Ignis as family over the years. Shaking off any lingering doubts in my mind, I refocused on the museum's schematics and began mentally mapping our approach and escape. The security at the museum is always tight, and it's likely to be beefed up even more tonight. This is going to be trickier than our usual gigs. Ignis, can you disable the security system? Well, I can handle the surveillance network, but the museum's internal defense systems aren't connected to any external networks. You guys will have to take care of them yourselves. Good. As she spoke, she casually tossed a pistol my way, which I snagged midair with ease. We're just that smooth. The good news is that most of the defense systems can be brute forced, in the literal sense. I've equipped your guns with silencers, so go wild. Ha ha ha. I plan to. I nodded and stowed the pistol. Alright, let's hammer out the final details of our plan. The strategy session dragged on for hours. Only when I was convinced Agave and Ignis knew their parts inside and out, did I turn off the projection. Phew, I'm wiped. Time to refuel with some sugary goodness. As Ignis bolted out the door, Agave suddenly leaned in with an enigmatic grin. So, my knight, quick question. What do you think is the hardest thing to steal in the world? That's a bit out of the blue, isn't it? Just indulge my curiosity for a sec, will you? Come on, take a guess. A mountain. Though my mind was still on the museum heist plan, I couldn't shake Agave's persistence, so I responded. Gems, the truth, the human heart. Oh. Actually, the truth sometimes can be hard to steal now. The human heart, elusive and unpredictable. That might just be the hardest thing to steal, I'd say. Huh, thinking outside the box. We are very much alike, my knight. My casual remarks seemed to have sparked real contemplation in Agave. The hardest thing to steal? Perhaps that's a question worth revisiting. Hi, what's up, Hood? Trying to get Fei Zhao? I might be cooked? Uh-oh. No, you must get her. Don't give up. She is great. Because as the night deepened and I geared up for our mission, Agave was still absorbed in thought. "2:42 a.m. Also, her boss was way easy. Yeah. Counter team duo. It's funny that you say that because while I was playing it on stream, that was my first time doing it, of course. I've done it more times since then. And yeah, I figured out pretty much how to make that fight even easier. It's like there are multiple parts there for a reason. Instead of just going for the head. Fully armed, Agave and I stood atop a 22-story building, overlooking the museum from a few hundred meters away. A perfect vantage point. Step 1. The museum's vicinity is tightly secured. We'll need to jump from a nearby building and parachute onto the museum's roof. My knight, can I hold your hand? What's wrong? I'm terrified of heights. That expression. Since when? You were perfectly fine during our last skydive. Really? She's doing this, huh? I just can't say no to her, can I? Reach out to her. My knight? Before Agave could latch on to me like a koala bear, I grabbed her hand and jumped. "2:45 a.m. As planned, we landed on the museum's roof without a hitch. Looking down, the museum was surrounded by layers of heavily armed guards, creating an impressive fortress. Step 2. Once on the roof of the museum, we'll rappel down to the ground floor's back door and break into the side exhibition hall using Ignis's custom lockpick. Looks like we've hit a snag, my knight. Following her gaze, I spotted an unexpected swarm of guards near what should have been a weak spot. A human wall of patrolling guards below now blocked our planned entry. Not good. Looks like Mr. Badir has upped their security budget. I've got an idea. Wait a sec. Before I could protest, Agave had already swung a punch at the museum's rooftop glass. The sharp crack of shattering glass pierced the quiet of the night, with flying shards grazing Agave's hand. Blood trailed from her fingers down to her wrist, then dripped from her elbow onto the ground. She simply wiped the blood with her other hand to prevent staining her clothes. Then, she turned to me with a grin. All set. Let's get in there. I mean, that was her plan. I'm gonna break the glass. It's like, okay. Oh, I was about to say, did it completely disappeared? I see, it's moving. Oh, that's cool. Like a projector. Makes sense, though. Cleverness. Okay. Hold on, let me see. Actually, hold on. Do I have... Oof. Yeah, Farisha's only level 33. I don't have the other version of her, so sad. One day. One day. Actually, I forgot they grow levels, though. So, you know what? I'll put her in there just because. So I haven't even used Agave, so I have no idea what her skills are or anything. All I know is that she uses a pistol. It's a cool area. Testing, testing, can you hear me? Loud and clear. By the way, the diamond in the case is a fake. I'm guessing they hid the real one on the second floor. See those controllers near you? You should act fast. Okay. Actually, I haven't really gotten to take a look at Agave either. Nice. Very nice. It's like little see-through bits here and there as well too. And those thighs. Okay. Surveillance device. When you enter the surveillance device's scanning area, its red alert light is activated. The guard bot enters invulnerable state and attacks within the scanning range. The attack and invulnerable state cease once you exit the range of the surveillance device. Or you can just shoot it. Guard bot. That's self-explanatory. That was the guard bot. Yeah. That's just me being trigger happy. I already destroyed it. So wait. Deactivate the lasers and enter the area. So I did that. Hold on. Aha. Wait. Oh. Okay. I see what they're doing. There's no one even here. They sure put a lot of faith in these surveillance devices and robots. Too bad these fancy looking gadgets aren't actually that effective. She's right. They suck. Huh. I don't know what that does, but it's cool. Oh no. I didn't look in the other directions. Wait, can she just keep doing that? Wait, what? What is this? Hold on. That's kinda... interesting. I see it's blooming. Okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down, Agave. Let's see if I do this and just... That's freaking cool. And then she does her little pose afterwards. Okay, okay. Nice. Very nice. Whoa, that's a bit much. But they still have a bad habit of installing the controller outside. I was just about to say, I'm just like, so you mean just shoot these? I see. So that's what her dodge is like. Okay. Okay, okay. I see what I have to do. No, I know it's not that. I just wanted to see. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, no. I miscalculated that last one. Okay. Jump. Go through. Really? She can't dodge that? I was trying to go like this, but whatever. That works. Just gonna get that missing health back. Hold on. Aha, I knew it. Get them both. Oh. Oh, it ties them all together, and then the oh, I understand. Oh, so this is where they hid it. I'm appreciating these cutscenes. We'll be taking the Tear of Welcome now. Thank you. Okay. I'm looking forward to even the next update after this even more now. So let's put her back there, since I think they did get some experience. It looked like it. Could be wrong. There we go. Team pink and purple. Their hair. I opened an emergency exit for you. Hurry up and get out of there. You're so reliable, Doctor. Let's go, my knight. Okay, they're done talking. I didn't even turn the corner.
Feel free.
He was just standing there, so whatever. I feel like I missed something. Wait, what? Yoka. That's why. What if it rolled down and hit her? I think that would be hilarious. My knight, how about we go see a movie after we get out of here? There's that romance film that's been popular recently. I hear you can't watch it without tearing up. Don't want to watch it? Well, no need to make that face.
Don't push yourself too hard.
Wonder something. Even though it's locked like this. Yeah, she can. It's just they won't activate. Damn, I can't break the game. I mean, I can't test out my theory. Wait. Hold on.
I'm fine. Don't worry about me.
This is pretty hilarious. Screw it. It's time for the cube. I'm mad that worked. You don't even have to go in. Well, seriously, what is he doing though? Not even fighting back. Okay.
Quick break, everyone. It'll be fine in a sec.
Nope. Uh-oh. We got them. Must we always resort to violence? Yes. How long do you think they'll last against us?
I'm fine. Don't worry about me.
Aw. Oh, okay, it did hit them.
Feel free.
Hmm.
Who wants snacks?
Whoa. Yes.
完璧なタイミング。次は今までに見たことがないものをお見せしましょう。
You know, I keep forgetting to deactivate these. Okay. So they really, really meant that. I thought that they were gonna, like, just be stunned after you destroy those. No, they really don't do anything afterwards. Box bot.
やっと私たちの時間ですね。
Curtain rises. Roleplay and the role players. Oh no. Someone's been shot. Over here. Taking advantage of the museum's layout, Agave and I took cover behind the stairwell landing, unleashing a barrage of fire to knock down waves of advancing enemies. Suddenly, Ignis's voice crackled through the communicator. Hate to interrupt your shooting spree, but it seems the entire city's police force is zeroing in on your location. Might be a good time to make an exit? Just this doctor's professional opinion. Huh? But we're just getting warmed up. Ignis has a point. We've secured the tier of Welkin, so there's no need to stick around for a drawn-out battle. You're right. Well, it seems these gentlemen aren't too keen on letting us go. As if to prove her point, Agave recklessly peeked out from our cover, only to be greeted by bullets zipping in from multiple directions. Are you insane? I yanked her back. Pressing her down behind the cover, I rummaged through the assorted gadgets Ignis had stuffed into my bag before we left, hoping to find something useful. Marshmallows, chocolate, coffee pudding. Why is it all just sweets? Oh, that's because you had low blood sugar at your last checkup. Thought you might need a sugar boost. Wow, thanks a lot. Aw, aren't you a sweetheart? This really isn't the time to spoil your sister. I don't think he meant it. Fortunately, Ignis didn't actually expect me to fight off enemies with confections. Digging deeper, I found exactly what I needed. Weighing the device in my hand, I estimated the distance and hurled a custom-made smoke grenade that Ignis had prepared. With a loud bang, smoke enveloped the space between us and the enemy. I quickly stowed away my pistol and the diamond and turned to Agave. Agave, hop on. Ho-ho. Hop on what? And she made that face. She was thinking things. Seriously? The koala bear suddenly forgot her hobby at a time like this? With no time for explanations, I stepped forward, scooped Agave into my arms, and fired the grappling hook in my hand. There we go. It's like that's the good stuff. I've got all the goods I need right here. Propelled by the cable, Agave and I soared out of the grand hall in an instant. Whoa! Bringing the grappling hook was definitely a smart move. And thanks to the hole you made in the roof on our way in, we got our exclusive emergency exit. But entering through the roof wasn't part of the plan. Why would you have a grappling hook in your bag? I can't predict everything, but it's always good to be prepared for contingencies. Aw, you're so cool. Give me a kiss. Easy now. Hold still. After Agave and I escaped from the rooftop, As the smoke in the grand hall below slowly cleared, murmurs rose among the guards sprawled on the floor. Can we get up now? Shh, the director hasn't called cut yet. Good thing we're wearing masks. The smoke was no joke. All clear. Everyone up. Wait, what is happening? Oh, it's the producer. The producer waved away the last wisp of smoke and then turned to the crew busily managing their filming equipment. That girl was so busy enjoying her time with the adjutant that she completely forgot to call cut. Everyone take 5. I'll go see if I can find the director and our star. I'm back. Oh. Okay, look what they did to Shenzing though. She looks a lot cuter. Shenzing's eyes lit up as she saw me, but the next moment she noticed Agave still clinging tightly to my neck and my arms. She wouldn't let go, so it took us a bit longer to get back from the rooftop. Hearing my accusation, the culprit in my arms remained unbothered, even having the nerve to nuzzle closer to my chest. How dare you? Frisia, care to lend a hand? Absolutely! Watching indignantly from the sidelines, Frisia swiftly sprang into action, flanking Agave with Shenzing and grabbing her on either side. What are you guys doing? No! One week earlier. This is the 14th public security incident today. Late at night on the streets of New Hentiro, several men lay groaning outside a jewelry store sprawled in disarray. As Agave and I had passed by, they had been attempting to smash the store's glass window to rob it. No, give me back my other outfit. It seems the repercussions of Rose and Kawarnia's actions are more severe than we anticipated. During Rosen's attack on Ganges, we were forced to choose the lesser of two evils and redirected the onslaught of malicious data into the minds of the citizens of New Hentiro. Instead, at the time, we didn't have the luxury to scrutinize the content and implications of the data. Clearly, it was now beginning to affect the people of New Hentiro. Incidents once rare in New Hentiro, verbal altercations, physical conflicts, and even robberies were now occurring with disturbing regularity. Compared to the destructiveness of Titans or wars, these public security cases might have seemed trivial anywhere else in the world. But here in New Hentiro, these spontaneous, underhanded events could significantly disrupt Ganji's oversight of the city, threatening the overall stability. So, until a solution was found, Agave and I decided to act as temporary city guards, a direct approach to try and help alleviate Ganji's burden. Yet, it seemed to be a temporary fix at best. Sighing, I handcuffed authority thieves and handed them over to the security bots, arriving late to the scene. Let's go back and see how they are doing at the company. There's been a major breakthrough, Adjutant. As soon as I activated the communicator, Frisia's grinning face appeared on the screen. I could just make out that she was standing in front of a massive floor-to-ceiling window. Due to the time difference, while it was nighttime for me in New Hentiro, sunlight was streaming in behind her. Wait, I thought I dialed T's number. Frisia, let's focus on the first issue at hand. That familiar voice of T sounded from behind Frisia. Aye, Director T. Frucia quickly stepped aside, allowing T to appear on the screen. Your reports suggest that the citizens of New Hentiro are becoming increasingly violent, a clear result of the malicious data's influence. This phenomenon mirrors the process of manifestations being endowed with a Deus, albeit in reverse. T paused, absently tugging at her sleeve, a tell I'd come to recognize when she was in deep thought, so I stayed silent, trying not to interrupt. Nova, you might recall our discussions about Project Deus Ex Machina. How could I forget? T once uploaded a wealth of myths into Ida, hoping the AI supercomputer would become a new god for humanity and guide civilization. After Ida's defection, she had shifted her focus to the manifestations. Roseanne is doing the same thing, except her myths don't include solidarity, bravery, or sincerity. Instead, they promote war, disaster, survival of the fittest, the law of the jungle. Classic Rosen. That woman is truly a product of her own narrative. It's exactly what I expected. So that's what's driving the people of New Hentiro mad. She doesn't seek to bring forth a guiding divinity. She's tapping into humanity's basest bestial instincts. No wonder she and Ida didn't get along. So, what was the major breakthrough Frucia mentioned earlier? The data was originally intended for Ganjis, and its effects on humans have proven to be unpredictable. Shenzing, you're there too? Yes, Adjutant. Director T has placed great importance on this research, so she has assigned both Frucia and me to lead it. Shenzing gave a small bow while revealing a smile. Our findings suggest that while it's challenging to completely erase the data, overwriting it is actually quite simple. Sounds like it will have something to do with Titan. Spot on, Adjutant. In theory, by re-encoding, we can completely alter their nature and strip away all malevolent aspects. The only catch is that the process will take over an hour. I nodded and shifted my attention back to T. I know the company is short on staff at the moment, but I'll need to borrow Frucia and Shenzing for a few days. Fixing New Hentiro's problems sooner is also good for the company's public image. T seemed surprised, a faint smile flickering across her lips. Even when you're not at the office, you remain Hemidal's adjutant. You don't need my permission to deploy your team. Yes. Agave? Huh? Yes, Director T? Keep the adjutant safe. This will be your last mission as a Leviathan agent. Understood. Last mission? After ending communication with the company, I began planning our next moves. I had previously considered directly interacting with the berserk citizens of New Hentiro using my Titan abilities to address the malicious data in their minds. But dealing with humans isn't the same as dealing with the Titans or machines. I wasn't entirely sure if I could pull it off. Even if it worked, the long-term effects would remain uncertain. Besides, it would have been impossible to heal all the citizens in such a short time. However, before life had left New Hentiro, she shared something interesting with me. Hey! What's up, JJ? Long time no see. I looked up at Agave, who was absent-mindedly twirling a piece of thread in her hands, her fingers nimbly weaving it into intricate patterns. Chillin', how you been? I've been alright. I was a little sick about a week ago, but Feeling better now. And so I'm back. Hope you've been well as well. Do you really understand Agave's special power, Adjutant? Well, it seems she can glimpse into the future, though that's through that string of hers. There's more to it than that. What do you mean? I've seen her show her threat to some panicked citizens during an earthquake in New Hentiro, calming them down instantly. You mean she can influence people's emotions? I remembered her showing me that same piece of thread back at Heartflow Garden, but I hadn't noticed anything unusual at the time. You've been sick recently too, but I'm good now. You know what? It's probably like the change in weather, since we're gonna be going into fall soon. That's probably what's doing it. There were also some slight stomach details, but I won't go into that. So it could be a few things. Moreover, she seemed to be able to see Katya as a fragmented phantom. That's right, she was able to see Katya too. Agave is a god. No. I see. That explains why she was chosen as Leviathan agent, and why T sent her here. Just be careful, Adjutant. Are you worried she might abuse it on me? I chuckled softly, pulling Life into my arms and gently ruffling her hair. I'm certain she won't harm you. Of course she won't, because Life will kill anyone that does, that tries. We've seen. Start playing Genshin again when that land dropped. Actually, same here. Same here. I finished the story already. It's like, it was good. And I cannot wait for her to come out as well too. Our Pyro Archon. But when you aren't around, she's definitely not as sweet as she appears to be. Adjutant? Snapping back to reality, I found Agave's face right in front of mine. What is it? Have you ever watched a superhero movie? I've seen a few. Perfect. Then this might just work. Why do you ask? After hearing what Director T said, I've got an idea. With a flourish, she twirled on the spot, performed an elaborate curtsy, and then extended her right hand toward me with a smile. Let's make a movie. Make a movie? Poyoverse wants all my money. Yes. My Vuika is dope, and I'm trying to pull Fejal and Star. We did. It took pretty much everything that I had, but we got her. She's great, by the way. So yeah, when you do get her, yeah. As I posted in on the community post, I've been trying out a few different things with her. Roll harder, bro. Yes, it's like, yeah, we were able to get her without spending anything, but it took everything we had. And now Lingsha's coming out. And not just because like to have her for Fejal, it's just that she Lingsha is what I love in healers. She's an attacker healer. She heals while she's attacking. I love characters like that. Like, not just herself for the party. I heard she's best with follow-up characters. Yes, and Lingsha also happens to have follow-up attacks as well, too. I don't have Robin or Topaz, though. Neither do I. It's like, yeah, I use her. So I know we're talking about Star Rail now, but since you brought it up, by the way, Fei Zhao also, when she does her follow-up attacks, she also enables herself. Because certain things in the game go and say when an ally, but I tested it out. It's when she does it too. Hint, hint, wink, wink, for people who are building her a certain way. Pretty sure she's a follow-up character also. Yes, she is. But I've been using her pretty much since she's the only follow-up character on my current team that I use her on, my main team. I just use her with Kafka, and that works just fine. Because with her own follow attacks and hers, yeah. Make a movie? 2 days later at the Skyport, I picked up Frisia and Shenzing, who had rushed over overnight. I shared my decision with them. It was Agave's idea. She said that since New Hentiro had been somewhat cut off from the rest of the world, the locals have developed a deep affinity for the dramatic narratives found in fiction. If we can embed the processed data into a movie, we might be able to overwrite the malicious data in the citizen's mind during the screening. You know, that's a cool way to solve this situation. Now I understand what's going on. That was genius of Agave. What the heck? That does sound like a viable approach. And there's an added advantage, too. As Agave and I have gone around maintaining order in the city, many locals have filmed us. We've sort of become local celebrities. Definitely do my research. I juice her with Sparkle. I don't have Sparkle, but yeah, I've heard that too. I put Sparkle on my Yunli team. Yes, that's another. It's like I pictured that in my mind because I don't have Yunli either, but I can see how all that works because Yunli does lots of follow-up attacks and stuff as well. Makes her counters hit extra hard. Yep. But either way, Fei Zhao, because remember, she keeps attacking, like no matter what. As long as your people are attacking, she will just keep going and doing her thing. Like, there is no disadvantage to having Fei Zhao at all, basically. That's what I loved about her. Besides just her looks and everything, I'm just like, yeah, like, she defends shreds no matter, she breaks shreds no matter what, and this and that and everything. She pretty much is in all character. You can just throw her pretty much anywhere and she'll just work. Of course, there are ways to optimize her, but you can put her anywhere. If we make a movie, it should be quite popular in New Hentiro. She's already working on it. With surprisingly unanimous support from everyone, Agave began her long-planned movie production. According to her, it would be an epoch-making superhero romance comedy. Actually, that's pretty much what Snowbreak is. That's hilarious. Superhero movies filmed in the new territory have quickly gained a global popularity, and romantic comedies have become the hottest genre in recent years. Combining the two, it'll surely be a blockbuster. Agave took on the roles of director, screenwriter, and leading actress. It's still scrolling. There we go. And leading actress, while I was cast the leading male protagonist, of course. Frisia and Shenzing would also star in prominent roles, whereas the roles of supporting actors, extras, script supervisors, and photographers were filled by volunteering New Hentiro citizens. It's scrolling. Since Agave applied for funding from the company, Shenzing had been appointed by T as producer, tasked with overseeing the budget and keeping Agave's insatiable enthusiasm for me in check. That's funny. Like right now, she was giving an earful to Agave who had just been pulled off me. Adjutant? Oh. Are you done disciplining her? Please don't misunderstand. I wasn't disciplining her. As the producer, I was simply discussing the project's process and scheduling with her. I believe Miss Agave has taken the feedback to heart. We finished filming the first act and are all set to head to the next location for shooting. If you have no further instructions, Adjutant, I shall proceed to inform the rest of the crew. Please go ahead, and thank you. When it came to management, Shenzing was indeed very reliable. As for Agave, I turned my head only to see her sitting forlornly in the director's chair, hands empty, appearing quite dejected. But there seemed to be something off about her hand. I slowly approached her hand. I slowly approached her hand. Yeah, I did that. I slowly approached her and, before she could react, grasped her right wrist. Adjutant, what are you doing? She blushed instinctively, trying to pull her hand back. I didn't respond, carefully examining her hand. The fair skin was marred by several conspicuous cuts, dividing the back of her hand into segments. That scene where you broke the glass wasn't scripted, was it? All set. Let's get in there. I had been suspicious at the time. The script did not include shattering the glass, and the blood that was dripping from Agame's hand seemed too realistic. I just improvised a bit. She was surprisingly candid about it. It felt right, so I went for it. I have always been like this. But if you don't like it, I can... I pressed a finger against her lips, shaking my head. Come with me. I led Agave into a small room tucked away in the southeast corner of the museum. It was once a storage room, but had been repurposed into a makeshift lounge for the crew. Oh. I just noticed something. That was weird. OBS told me chat disconnected, and then successfully reconnected. Are you okay, OBS? Let's see. Is Feijiao's light... Okay, I'm just noticing that. Sorry, I was reading. Is Feijiao's light cone or E1 more worth going for? I have looked at both. That's a hard one, actually. That actually is a difficult one to answer. Simply because this time around, like when a character comes out, I always weigh out those, actually. Whether they're light cone or they're just going for their ease are better. For certain characters, I definitely say getting their ease feels better than just having their light cone. But for her, she works no matter what, even if you don't have her light cone. What her light cone does, though, enables her special to get her special faster, because it ups her the stack, if I remember correctly. So, I mean, if that's what you want, if you just want her to keep going, then I say go for her light cone. I would have to I'd have to have it in front of me to completely remember her ease. but I don't remember. I don't think that any of her E's were bad either. I think her E2 was good as well. But yeah, I'd have to have it in front of me. As far as Light Cone goes, for anyone wondering, like I said, I gave her the one in the original Herda store. And that works great. OBS is catching seasonal sickness. What? I'm not sure what you're saying what to. Either the OBS thing or about Fei Zhao. Light cones. What light cones? We're talking about, he was asking if it's better to have Fei Zhao's, to go for her light cone or go for her E1. I'm trying to remember what her E1 is, but I remember looking at her E2 and going, oh, okay. I think at least having up to her E2, like if you're making her one of your mains. Damn, auto-corrected. Oh, gotcha. But yeah, I usually, even though I don't usually roll for people's light cones, I always like to look at them just to like weigh out possibilities and everything. And the only reason why I don't roll for light cones isn't because they're bad or anything. It's just that I'd rather save my pulls for characters. That's all. Probably E2 over Cone. Cone is crazy, but E2 is ridiculous if you're using it as main. Yeah, like I said, I vaguely remember like when I looked at her E2, I was just like, yeah. I'm like, I'd rather have that. Because I think, there we go. I know we're taking a slight pause in Snowbreak to have this discussion, but that's my thought pattern behind light cones and everything. There's so many other options for light cones that you can use and that they just give you in game. So I'm like, why am I gonna spend my rolls on the light cone? For some can be used for multiple characters, but usually they're geared towards that specific character, when I can just like save my pulls for other characters that I would want coming out. And that's my logic behind it. But yeah, if you have ratios like Cone, it's good to ignore his defense. Yep, yeah, like I said, there's always other options. Understand the cones are cracked, that's why. And like I said, it's not that they're bad or anything. It's just that's my logic behind that. I'm just like, okay, I'm like, but I can just put this light cone and they still do what they do. So it's just like, yeah. But so that's, yeah, that would be, and like I said, I think Wriggle confirmed that, if I remember correctly, having her E2 is better than going for her light cone. My best decked out character is Firefly. E1, S1. Nice. It's like, yeah. It's like I've seen Firefly damage and stuff and everything. E1. Wriggle over here. Wriggle's a Firefly main. E4 S1. Jeez. This guy. But Agave stared at me with a puzzled expression as I rummaged through various drawers and cabinets, eventually pulling out a small first aid kit. Injuries are par for the course when shooting an action movie, so I had asked the support crew to keep a first aid kit ready on set. After a brief explanation, I retrieved ointment and bandages from the kit and approached Agave. Take a seat. Let me take care of that. For the next few minutes, Agave remained uncharacteristically quiet. She watched intently as I applied the ointment to her hand, sneaking glances at my face before quickly looking away. I didn't expect her to be shy about this sort of thing. There. All done. The medicine here in New Hentiro usually works like a charm. The cut should heal by tomorrow. I nodded as I finished wrapping her hand in bandages, satisfied with my handiwork. Oh, and you're not left-handed, are you? Huh? No, I'm not. Next time you feel like improvising, try using your left hand. It's a bit less convenient to do stuff when you injure your dominant hand. This is true. I had a burn one time. It sucked. Ah, I'll keep that in mind. Let's head back. The crew is waiting for us. All right. Supremacy. Oh, wait. Huh. Shenzing. Wait a minute. Hold on. I can solve. No, go back. Fine. Have it your way, game. Wait, no, that's actually not. I actually wanted to do this. Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot to up her level. Oh well. Operative locked. Wait, can you not? Oh yeah, you can't because she's already there. That sucks. I thought there was a way to change their outfit though, even though they're trial. Huh. Maybe not. Yeah. Huh. Okay, whatever. Let's give her her, and I still need to level her up too. I do have Fenny, by the way, but I need to level her up.
Get back.
Okay. Yeah. I can tell, even when I saw her, looks like they, not redesigned, but like, well, sort of. Shenzing looks a little more formed, is what I'll say, how I'll put it. How'd you burn your hand? What was it? Oh man, it's been a while. But yeah, it was pretty bad. It was actually a 3rd-degree burn. It's healed and everything since then. I'm pretty sure. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. It was a kitchen incident though. But yeah. I forgot exactly what happened. But of course, in the kitchen involved the stove and everything. It might have been some oil or something like that, if I remember correctly. But yeah, it was bad. By the way, I like these event quests, but I didn't read any of it because she's just simping for the adjutant the whole time. Gotcha. I would play Snowbreak again, but I'm playing far too many gacha as is. Honestly, no, that's definitely true. Games are coming out faster and faster, and there are so many. That's part of the reason. Oh, hold on. They're gonna start talking. What is it? My princess, what are you doing running out on your own again? Our Senjo delegation is trapped. As princess, I cannot simply stand by and do nothing. With this aircraft, I shall make these scoundrels feel Go on, go on. Don't tell me you forgot the line. Feel the graceful might of the people of what? Chuzo. Excellent. Sound team, remember to trim off the sight in the end post. What? Oh, remember to trim off the sigh. I see. This is hilarious. Shenzing forgot her lines. Well, what I was saying is that, yeah, there are so many games coming out so much faster now. It's like they all developers decided just to release their games or announce them all at once. But that's what I was saying. That's why it's like I like playing and going through these. It's like that way people can just like watch and like get the story. Because I'll just sit here and read them to you. So that way if you do plan on playing Snowbreak, you can just be like, I saw this already. I can just go through it. And plus, of course, I enjoy it too. I did not even notice you up there.
Objective complete, all according to plan.
I wish more stuff would just blow up.
Keep it tight.
Okay. I don't know. These rail shooting sequences, I do hope in the future that they adjust these. I don't know, they feel a little stiff sometimes, that's all. Not that the mechanic isn't cool or anything. But there we go. When you play a lot of games like, say, this is going a little back, but let's say like Time Crisis and stuff like that, it's just like, yeah. It's like, this doesn't feel the same. I do appreciate the infinite ammo though.
Objective complete, all according to plan.
But see, like this,
Excellent.
that should be destructible. It's like you want to feel and see the damage. Like the trees should just be falling over. There should be little craters in the ground. It sounds like I'm complaining, but I'm not.
Excellent.
Hey, what's up, Ray? Time Crisis, yes. Everyone, Rayuka Gaming has entered the building. Go check him out. He plays lots of different games too. I know Rayuka Gaming, IRL, by the way. It's like he's like family. Most of the enemies have been vanquished. Yes, this shall make things easier for something. Cut. Actors reset. Let's do the scene again. No. Do it again? See, even Shenzing's like, no. What the? Wait, okay, how is she doing this? Oh, okay.
All is in
I was about to
motion.
say.
Balance.
Is she just floating midair? Is Shenzing T-posing right now on everyone? We are family. What up, chat? Yo. Fuse reignited. Be the savior of happiness, my knight. Hey, wake up! A sudden pressure on my stomach jolted me awake. As I opened my eyes, the first sight that greeted me was Ignis straddling me, mercilessly rubbing my face with her hands. Wake up, big bro! Grab her wrists. After a brief moment of confusion, I snapped to my full alertness. I swiftly grabbed her arms, halting her assault on my face. It's the middle of the night. Aren't you supposed to be sleeping? Sleeping, schmeeping. Something horrible just happened out there. She wriggled, attempting to break free from my grip, but soon realized it was futile. Resigned, she stretched out her leg to activate the terminal screen with her toes. The sound of a news broadcast instantly filled the room. Breaking news. Armed assailants initially spotted downtown have made their way to an outer island hotel. Authorities have sealed off all access roads, and residents are urged to steer clear of the area. Officials confirm that 98 individuals, including locals, tourists, and a trade delegation from Shuozu, Shuozhou, are currently being held hostage inside the hotel. The government Shuozu has made formal inquiries to Kuru authorities regarding action. A hostage situation. Now I understand why Ignis woke me up in the middle of the night. Who are these people? Not sure yet. They have their faces covered, so I can't pull up any citizen records. How are the police handling this? The kidnappers have planted bombs around the hotel. The police are being cautious and are currently in negotiations with them. Large in number, armed, and possessing explosives, these were no ordinary criminals. Ignis, we must ensure the hostage's safety. We can't afford to be reckless this time. While the police are stalling, let's make a plan. But Ignis interrupted me, looking troubled, pointing towards the ongoing news broadcast. I just saw Felicity on the news. It's just like, what? Felicity? She's part of that delegation? Although it had been 3 years since I last saw her, the image of the girl from Shuozu sprang to my mind. Clad in cyan, her hair white as snow, a princess, but with the demeanor of a spoiled child. I shot up from the bed and shook Agave awake, who had been deeply asleep beside me. Yes, despite the noise Ignis and I made just now, Agave remained deep in slumber. Always a hostage problem. Cut. Okay, that's the opening of Act 2. The newly introduced Shuozu character, Felicity, was met by the Midnight Knight during his early year travels across the continent. The knight saved her life once, and she has harbored a secret affection for him ever since. As the knight and Agave set off for the hotel, Felicity also made her move, clearing out the enemies lurking in the vicinity of the hotel to make their path easier. After the shooting, Agave excitedly reviewed the footage, picking out different shots of me from multiple cameras, apparently aiming to select the best take. Miss Shenzing, when you portray Princess Felicity, you should appear cooler and more dashing. That's how the audience pictures a heroine from Shuozu. Agave, I think you have some misconceptions about filmmaking and about Shuozu. Actually, quite a few. Huh? Do I? First off, Shuozu has no longer uses the title princess. Oh, that's no big deal. How about Infanta? Okay. Ardicious. Ardicious sounds nice too. That's not the point. Shenzing simply spread out Agave's script, pointing to a part with a plot with a delicate finger. This scene shows Felicity breaking through a siege using Shozu martial arts, but in reality, even a martial arts master couldn't jump from 10 stories high or dodge bullets with such agility. Huh? But Miss Shenzing, you can do all that, can't you? Shenzing seems to be having an intense internal conflict. Then what about this part? After being rescued by the knight, Felicity's first words are, "I'm in the mood for some steamed buns." Fits the character, right? I did a lot of research and came up with this line. It appears I need to give you a cultural awareness lesson on Shuozo culture today. Uh-oh. Shenzing was not having it. Should we intervene or no? While Shenzing and Agave were fully occupied with the heated argument, Frisia and I quietly slipped out of the lounge. Just think of it as the two of them discussing art. Truth be told, if I had stayed, they would very much likely have demanded that I arbitrate, which would have made things even messier. Frankly, Professor Frisia also thinks there's something wrong with the title, with the little director script. Little director? You mean Agave? Well, besides Kuru and home, she hasn't been to other regions on the continent, so some stereotypes are expected. That's not my point. I mean, how can she cast me as your sister? Uh-oh. She doesn't like her role. Huh? Agave looking good? Oh yeah, she does. Nova, stop what you were doing. Look at Nikkei. I did see. Actually, that's what I meant to do. I meant to post it here on YouTube as well too, but I did retweet it already. Re-X'd it? What do we call that now? Yes, I re-X'd it. But yeah, I saw. It looks like we're going gambling. Let's go gambling. You know that meme is going to be all over the place. Not that I mind, but it's going to be hilarious. They're going to Nikkei-fy it. Unless they added another one recently that I haven't seen. Half a step ahead of Frisia, I stumbled when I heard her complaint. I turned back and saw the serious look on Frisia's face. Nah, just Rouge? Okay. Madame Rouge. If I'm cast as your sister, then the audience won't see me as one of the heroines. I can see through her little trick. She just wants to have you all to herself. What do you think, Adjutant? It's just acting. You're all equally important to me in my heart, of course. I had this feeling that Life and Fenny must have said something to the girls after returning to the company. Both Frisia and Shinzing had become much more assertive than before. Damn. Life and Fenny just kinda... yeah. Life said, I'm number one. Fenny's just like, well, Life made that very clear that she was number one, that Fenny was number two, but yeah. They both consider themselves the top wives. Excuse me? Just as I was about to further make my case, an unfamiliar voice interrupted us from behind. Oh. Wait, have we seen this NPC model before? I don't think so. The bait before the anniversary is here. Yeah. And it's not working. I won't do it. I refuse. Because she's not limited. So, there you have it. Doesn't mean she won't be good. And doesn't look good. Just that she's not limited. So, yeah. Katya Swimsuit Edition is going to be number 3. Yeah. It's like I said, I saw the trailer. I'm just like, oh, okay, Snowbreak. It never works. She's probably going to be the next burst 1 or 2 cooldown. It works every time. Last time was Tia Naga. And it's funny because when I saw her, I was just like, please be 1. Please be a 1. Like, please be like a 20. There we go. This is what I'm hoping. I'm hoping she's a 20-second 1 that can be used universally. But if she works specifically with Noir and Blanc, that's fine too. Because that also just makes sense. But please be a 20-second. That's all I'm hoping is what too. Last time, bang, bang, bang. That will work. That will work only with Gambling Alice. That, huh? What if she makes that? Would, oh no, that's something they could do. Because thinking about Noir and Blanc's kit, what if Rouge decreases Alice's burst time and makes her a 20-second burst? Holy crap. Yeah, that would be interesting. But then what would she be? Because then if she is also a 1, that would suck. Because then you'd have to go 1, 1, 1, 2, 3. But how would you do that? Unless they're changing up or adding more mechanics to the game where you can do teams like that. And or she'll just be a burst 3. So that, you can still have her Noir and Blanc as well too. All you need is 20 seconds, maybe 10. Yes. Wait, what? But anyway, I turned around to see a tall young woman. She seemed to be a college student, her pale violet eyes intently studying my face. Somehow, she looked familiar. Could? Speak up. Could I have your autograph? Oh, she did. Before the young woman could finish her sentence, she magically produced a small notebook with a pen attached, took a quick bow, and presented the notebook to me with both hands. The movie hasn't even aired yet, and you're already a big star? Well, that's not entirely wrong. In fact, since New Hantiro had been shut off from the rest of the world, news of our filmmaking spread quickly throughout the city. Many locals volunteered to help after they heard the news, and that was how we got most of our crew. Over the previous few days, numerous citizens had gathered around the set, curious to catch a glimpse of what Agave described as a superhero romance comedy. Reflecting on this, I took the young woman's notebook, signed it, and handed it back to her. Thank you so much! Her face lit up as she clutched the notebook to her chest, as if it were a precious treasure. After another quick bow, she turned and scampered off. Let's go. I turned back to Frisia, only to find her looking puzzled, tilting her head as if contemplating something. What's wrong? Nothing, it's just, you seem really relaxed right now. If we were in the containment zone, you'd certainly be verifying that girl's background and intentions, wouldn't you? This is true. Well, I don't really think that's necessary. Though I dismissed her hypothesis, I indeed had my reasons to be less vigilant here, but now wasn't the time to share that with Frisia. I shook my head, and we continued on our way. Agave in disguise. That would be hilarious. After leaving the hotel, Frisia and I stumbled upon the street famous for its snacks, where we tried a Kuru specialty cold drink. Although it appeared to be a bizarre mix of various flavors, it was surprisingly tasty. We each grabbed 2 cups and headed back to the lounge. Okay, both of them. Adjutant! As soon as we stepped in, both Shenzing and Agave, who were seated on opposite sides of the room, stood up and looked expectantly at me. There you are, Adjutant. Where'd you guys go? Frisia and I went to grab some cold drinks for the 2 of you. I subtly exchanged a knowing look with Frisia, who quickly understood and nodded in agreement. Well then... Agave's eyes darted between the 2 drinks in my hands, finally settling on the one from which I had already taken a few sips. Before I could react, she snatched the drink from my hand. Almost at the same time, the other drink was commandeered by Shenzing, who had been plotting her move. Damn. Look at Shenzing. She wanted that. Look at her eyes. As Agave triumphantly took a big gulp from her drink, Shenzing, having missed out, looked on the verge of an outburst. Yup. I quickly reacted to diffuse the tension between them. How's the script discussion going? Initially, I thought Mr. Agave was simply lacking some basic knowledge, but after our talk, I realized it's not about knowledge. Her taste, logic, and artistic instincts all seem painfully misguided. Well, I think Miss Shenzing is completely out of touch with modern trends and doesn't understand the cinematic classics of the early century. She's practically living in a time without movies. You have to trust me, Adjutant. I'm a professional director. Suddenly, Agave hugged my entire left arm tightly, her warmth seeping through. Adjutant, certainly I'm known as the Observer for a reason. This is true. I assure you that my observations are accurate. My right hand was gently but firmly grasped and placed into Shenzing's cool palm. Adjutant, don't just stand there. Behind me, Frisia pretended to be serious while sneakily leaning her head against my back. A girl on each arm, and one in the bag. It appeared that their differences were too deep to be resolved through mere conversations. Looking at the rolled-up script that had obviously been used as a makeshift weapon, an idea suddenly struck me. If I remember correctly, the next scene is where Agave and I approach the hotel to defuse the bomb, right? Exactly! After that, Agent Agave isn't just good at fighting. After all, Agent Agave isn't just good at fighting. She's also an expert in lockpicking, bomb defusing, interrogation, and more. Plus, defusing bombs is one of the most classic scenes in... I raised my hand to stop her enthusiastic spiel. Glad I hard passed on Agave. I was hoping for Nita, but what? Oh, but it's China, so... Jeez. Poor Anita. Hopefully, soon, one day. How about you two switch jobs for the next scene? I mean, let Shenzing direct, so you both can see things from each other's perspectives. How does that sound? Let her direct? That's a great idea. I admire your wisdom, Adjutant. Before Agave could protest, Shenzing readily accepted the proposal. It's a fair proposal, and it came from the Adjutant. Miss Agave, surely you wouldn't refuse, would you? Agave's gaze shifted between Shenzing and me, finally letting out a sigh. If the Adjutant insists, and it's only for one scene, I guess it's fine. In that case, I leave Kaede in your care for the time being. Who's Kaede? Along with Shenzing, Frisia and I also shoot Agave a puzzled look. Huh? You didn't know? Kaede is our script supervisor. She's been shadowing me on set. Haven't you guys noticed? Now that she mentioned it, is it that girl? Back when Agave was clinging to me in the museum. Aha, yep, it was her. Time, scene number, shot, framing. When they were arguing over Shuozu after filming Shenzing's scene. Lines, files, notes. Isn't she the girl Frisha and I just ran into in the hallway? She sure knows how to melt into the background. The adjutant and I saved Kaede from an accident recently. She's studying film in university, and she volunteered as soon as she heard we were making a movie. No wonder she seemed familiar. Anyway, Miss Shenzing, if you have any questions, feel free to ask Kaede. After all, she's been shadowing me, which makes her more professional than most amateurs. Noted. Amid the palpable tension between the two, the filming continued. Okay. There we go. Trickery. Oh. No. Where are you? Alright, you know what? Hold on. I should be able to get her at 80, I think. Just so she'll appear at the top. Keep going. There we go. Okay. Now I'm satisfied. Or more towards the top. You know, we were just talking about her. So we're gonna have to use her. Poor Anita. Oh boy, that video was spicy. Dust White Restricted Zone. Miss Felicity said that she discovered a number of bombs around the hotel. While she's up there distracting the enemy, let's deal with these bombs. You said the wrong word. The line is diffuse, not deal with. Copy that, Miss Director. Okay. This is terrible. This is all you have to do. Oh. I did not see the electricity. Wait, how are you supposed to... Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Okay. That's hilarious. Now I want to see if you can actually do it. Wait, you can just hold the button down. I was clicking it. Aww. This one doesn't have the electricity. You termite? Wait, what? Termite bros. Wait, T-mite? Oh no, you did put termite. About to say, Wriggle, your autocorrect is doing it again. The video was just Katya admiring thighs in swimsuits. Well, think about this. That was all they needed. and everyone's excited for it, so I think they did right.
開けてみます？
You were supposed to rename the stream to Dust White Restriction Zone. That's gonna be next stream. That'll be our Katya Marion stream.
次は本気です。
Yeah, I'm sorry, this is too funny. She doesn't even need her gun.
次は本気です。私が代わりに
Like, why does Agave even have her gun? It's like their abilities are getting so ridiculous that they're all just gonna use their manifestation powers and not even need weapons anymore soon.
奴らここにどれだけ爆弾を仕掛けたっていうの？本気です。ここのセリフは
Like, look at this.
爆弾解体時の緊迫感を出してくださ
Unless that's what they're aiming for.
い。やり直しますよ。
If that wasn't good enough, let's run it back. This woman, she's doing it out of spite.
私が代わりに保管しておきますね。
Maybe that's what we're leading up to. We're leading up to Snowbreak 2. It's literally just going to be them with superpowers. I know we're on the time limit. I want to try to finagle this somehow.
開けてみます？
Go, 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 go. Aw. No, you can't. Okay. Nope. As soon as you step into that area, fine. That's not connected to anything, but that one is.
次は本気です。
You're supposed to swap her out so her energy recharges, then swap back, but her gun upgrade makes it so you can. I see. Like I said, I'm just using her as she is. We went straight into the story. I haven't even practiced with her or anything, like gone into her trial. So yeah, I don't know her kit at all. But when you present her like this, it's just like, oh, okay. It's just like in
開けてみます？
Zenless
これからが本番。
with what's her name? With the nunchucks. Oh no, I ran out of time.
これで
6,
最後。
5. Finally, we made it to the last one. 2, 1. Explode. Wait. Oh no. That was it? Oh, okay. It looked like you had to make it over there.
これでやっと邪魔がなくなりましたね。
But yeah, in Zenless, you just have to hold or just keep tapping attack and she'll just keep, you know, banging her nunchucks on the ground. It's like, that's all you need to do. Choosing again. Never any time to think. Over here, my knight. Having defeated the last wave of enemies, Agave and I, her hand grasping mine, strode towards the hotel entrance where the last bomb was planted. Oh, I remember him. That's funny. He's the bad guy. As we approached the entrance, a burly figure emerged from the nearby shrubbery. Not so fast, Midnight Knight. With a boastful flourish, the man swung his mechanical arm, its joints clacking ominously in the moonlight. Finally, his face came into clear view. You're one of the 4 giants of the nefarious Jotunheim Syndicate. and that old crook Badir's personal bodyguard, Daz Ironhand. The names. So you're the orchestrator behind all this. Well, since you've recognized me, I'll cut to the chase. Wow, I didn't expect Modak to fit the villain role so perfectly. Here to hear a secret, Knight? The bomb behind me isn't like those other little toys you've disarmed. If it goes off, not only this hotel, but the entire island it's built on will be reduced to rubble. And it's a masterpiece from the hand of Mr. Badir himself. Not something you can easily disarm manually. There's no way to stop it unless Mr. Badir himself deactivates it remotely. What do you want? Oh, it's a very simple request, actually. Why don't you look up? I certainly didn't intend to follow his instruction. Firstly, I couldn't be sure he wouldn't attack while I was distracted. Secondly, I'd already figured out what he wanted me to see. Ever since the standoff began, there had been numerous drones buzzing above, operated by various media outlets, capturing every angle of the ongoing drama. I'm like, good. Everyone can see me shoot you. I know there are many cameras up there. What's your point? See? We just want one simple thing. Take off your sunglasses and reveal to everyone in the city who the knight behind the shades really is. I'm Batman. She needs to get her brain checked. How despicable. Over my dead body. That's right. These shades, they're part of my face. I can't take them off. What's the matter, young lady? Is it because you know very well that there's no difference between us? We're all thorns in the side of those in power. He was right. Although Agave, Ignis, and I had been combating crime in the city, our very existence had essentially been a defiance of the city's judicial system. We were vigilantes. Agave's self-proclaimed title, Shadow Agave, was actually accurate in some sense. She possessed a superpower to drastically alter her appearance, but she did on every mission to make herself unrecognizable. Agave explained that this effect would be added in post-production. But unlike her, the moment I removed my sunglasses, my true identity would be exposed, putting me directly in the crosshairs of both the police and criminals. Persona. What are you waiting for, hero? Is keeping your identity secret more important than saving all the lives here? A bead of cold sweat trickled down my forehead, coursing along the temple of my chin. My temple to my chin. Suddenly, the world around me quieted. An incessant buzz of the drones, Daz Ironhand's derisive laugh, and Agave's labored breathing all seemed to fade away. This challenge was unlike any I had faced before. The enemy had cunningly set a trap from the start, using the lives of hundreds as bait to lure me into a deadly moral dilemma. I had to save them. That was the very reason I became the Midnight Knight, even if the cost was... I hesitantly reached for my sunglasses, and the hovering drones instantly surged closer, scrambling to capture the moment. Suddenly, I felt Agave place her hand on mine. Was she trying to stop me? Wait, there's more. Her index finger quickly traced a symbol on the back of my hand. She just drew a triangle. It was our secret signal for attack. In less than a heartbeat, I lunged forward, surprising Dad's Iron Hand, who was expecting a gunfight rather than hand-to-hand combat. Yes, hand-to-hand combat with the man who has an iron hand. Surely nothing can go wrong. He was caught off guard and easily knocked down. What? Following closely, Agave pulled out a dagger as I floored Daz. With a swift strike, the vain enemy was silenced by her forever. What do we do about the bomb? Agave opened her mouth, but I didn't hear anything. It wasn't until she stepped closer and lightly slapped my face that my hearing snapped back. Why do you always lose your hearing in these stressful, critical moments, my knight? How weird. How do you know? How long have we fought alongside each other? It'd be strange if I hadn't noticed. Ignis just told me over the comms that she's jamming the signals in this area to prevent remote detonation of the bomb. We're clear to go all out with it. I see. No wonder the drones had suddenly fallen from the sky like drunken flies. You know you can rely on me more, my knight. She smiled and reached out to me. Come on, let's take care of the last bomb. As we approached the bomb, I felt Agave's grip on my hand suddenly tightened as if she had spotted something unexpected. This bomb. Sensing her alarm, I quickly followed her gaze. The bomb was encased in a glass box, its timer ticking down relentlessly. But the unusual part was that this bomb looked nothing like the carefully crafted props we dealt with before. It looked more like a hastily assembled contraption. That explained Agave's ashen face. This bomb wasn't one of her props. Without wasting any time on confirmations, I quickly knelt down and opened the lid of the glass box. Only 30 seconds remained on the bomb's timer. The rest of the crew is some distance away. If I tell everyone to run now, we should be able to escape the blast radius. But there are still tons of people inside the hotel. I have to defuse it. The bomb had a symbol design, which was both good and bad news. If I cut the right wire, I could neutralize it instantly. But if I cut the other... Everyone, get back. I bellowed, ensuring the crew kept their distance, then refocused on the bomb. Just pick it up and throw it. Agave, give me your dagger. Eyes fixed on the bomb, I reached back for Agave, but received no response. Agave? Her voice trembled. Just as I was about to turn to look at her, I felt the heavy weight of the dagger in my hand. Along with it came Agave's hand, cold and clammy with sweat. Grasping her hand, we together moved the dagger towards the bomb. Which color do you prefer? No, I can't look. Right. Better not put that kind of pressure on her. Cut the yellow wire or cut the green wire? Green means go! For a moment, I thought I heard the ticking of a clock, but I quickly dismissed the thought. The bomb clearly had a digital timer. With a flick of my wrist, the chosen wire snapped. Yet, the countdown did not stop. Well, and that's the end. Trainee March has become the master now. E6 goes. Oh, nice. In a flash, a tremendous force knocked me to the ground. But it wasn't the bomb, it was Agave. Before anything could happen, she tackled me down, shielding me beneath her, her hands firmly covering my ears. With our faces nearly touching, I could see her trembling eyelashes and feel our breaths mingling. Then followed a prolonged silence. It was only when distant shouts from Prisha and Shenzing reached us that I gently nudged Agave's head aside and propped myself up to check the bomb. The expected explosion didn't occur, nor did the bomb transform into a confetti-spraying surprise box. It simply laid there quietly in its glass casing, as if mocking our overreaction. So it was never actually going to explode? 5 minutes later, Agave, Shenzing, Frisia, and I gathered around the bomb. Our expressions grim. Yep, I've checked it out. It's technically a real bomb, but these wires, they're not connected to anything. It's essentially just a clock strapped to a bomb. That's hilarious, actually. Strange. Who would do something like this? It doesn't matter who did it. What matters is that someone is actively threatening the adjutant. Given the situation, I suggest we halt filming and find another method to overwrite the malicious data. Hold on. No one else knows about the bomb, right? They all think it was another one of Agave's classic improvisations. Then let's keep this under wraps and continue with the filming. I have an idea. I don't think it's wise to take such risk, Adjutant. After all, making this movie isn't essential. Isn't it, though? I smiled at her and casually picked up the bomb, weighing it in my hand. I have to wonder why someone would place a bomb that won't explode. It was, whatchamacallit, Agave's, I forgot her name, but her understudy, her shadow. Intimidation. Agave, who had been silent for a while, suddenly looked up and slowly spoke her piece. They aimed to halt the filming without causing a serious disturbance, hence the dummy bomb. Hey, what's up, Jean? Her persona, yes, her persona. But how would they know about our plan to use the film to overwrite the malicious data? I don't know. Huh? It's precisely because we know nothing about the mastermind behind all this, or their true intentions, that we must continue the production. We'll draw them out into making more moves, forcing their hand until they have no choice but to reveal themselves. I see. Shenzing, under normal circumstances, I would have expected you to think of this as well. Don't let your concern for my safety cloud your judgment. Stay calm. Yes, Adjutant. I'll go check on the crew. I'll go take care of this bomb then. And I need to use the restroom. Somehow, each of the three found a reason to head off in different directions. Oh no. Follow Shenzing, follow Frisia, follow Agave. I mean, this is her update, so we're gonna follow Agave. I wish they had like a save point or something where you could go back. You know what? We'll just have to come back just to this part and see what happens if you choose different options. But we're gonna follow Agave. No. Following her to the restroom would be inappropriate. I didn't think they meant go into it. I just meant towards it with her. Okay. I'll take a stroll around here and find her later. They should let me choose the other options then. I knew you'd be here. I pushed open the door to the lounge, allowing a stream of light from the corridor to spill inside. This way, officer. Oh no. Agave was perched on a stool, hugging her knees and staring blankly at the floor. Surprised by my entrance, she squinted up at me. So, you like hanging out in dimly lit rooms, huh? I almost messed it all up again. I didn't even realize the bomb wasn't a prop, and I foolishly led you right to it. Why are you so frightened? Why am I frightened? It was a bomb. Even for a manifestation in an exosuit, an explosion that close would have caused severe injuries or even... But it's just a movie, isn't it? But at that moment, the filming had already... She suddenly fell silent. Right. It's just a movie. She repeated those words under her breath a few more times, as if trying to convince herself. Moments later, she jumped off the stool and briskly approached me, her composure evidently restored. Adjutant, I figured out the perfect location for our next scene. Did you see the vid Snowbreak just uploaded right now? Like the summer one or a newer one after that? Because if so, then no. Also, hello, Kite. Aren't we supposed to move to the next scene after that line? Yeah, the swimsuit thigh video. Like I said, if you're talking about the 9 or 10 minute trailer, then yes, I did see that. But if they uploaded another one after that, then no, I actually haven't seen it. 30 minutes ago. So then no, I have not. Snow Peak is back? Okay. So then you know what? After we get through the story, we'll have to take a look at the trailer. The one I was talking about. Oh, I thought you meant the initial trailer. So then no, I haven't seen that one. So yeah, we'll do a group watch of the trailer then after we finish Agave's story. Gotta watch it at its peak? Yep. Will do. It's like, and thank you guys. Aren't we supposed to move to the next scene after that line? What are you thinking? Seriously? That's it for the bomb defusal? What about the escape and what happens to Felicity? You've skipped all that. Well, the audience won't care about those unimportant details. A few clever cuts, a montage, and some subtitles will cover them. What really matters... I'm sorry, that's pretty funny. Thinking about what Snowbreak's been through. Just throw some subtitles on it. If you get what I'm hinting at. A few clever cuts, a montage, and some subtitles will cover them. What really matters is our two stars' adventure and their emotional journey. There seemed to be some truth to her words. Just a heads up, Mr. Adjutant. The next scene is quite demanding acting-wise. Too bad I can't simulate it with my high polymer thread for you right now. This doesn't sound good. Don't worry. I'll do my best to keep pace with you. Uh-oh, she's got that smile again. Before I knew it, she was throwing herself at me with a giggle again. Haste. You know what? We're just gonna... Yeah. We're just using her anyway. Ooh, cutscene. Okay. Security bros. Assemble. My knight. I'm okay. Also, you're touching the wrong arm. It's my left one that's injured.
れよりも早くここを離れなけれ
More
ば。
importantly, we need to move from this location fast. I think we should let Agave direct the next chapters of Snowbreak because her angles that she chooses for her movies are very nice. Wait. Oh. Okay, hold on. Are they both just gonna... Okay. I was about to say. Wait. How did I... Oh. Quickly leave the area. Okay. Fine. Oh, no. Yeah. Alright. I need to run and jump a little bit. I keep doing that. Why? The leap. I'm just gonna wait. Okay. If Ignis was here, she'd be able to crack these mechanisms. And Felicity would be better at dealing with emergency situations like this. Sorry. I shouldn't be negative at a time like this. We'll get you out of here safely, my knight. Okay. Just waiting till they finish talking. Yeah, seriously. She's just shooting death balls at everyone. Is that it? Oh, whoa. Okay, okay. Ow. I'm trying to get them both, like, over here. Oh, let me see. As long as they're in line of sight, yeah, it still works. There we go. Oh. What? Wait. Hold on. Okay. You got me, game. You got me. Let me guess. Is it back and forth? Alright, that was just me. You know what? No. No, it's not. Okay. I see. 1, 2... Hold on. How can I tell? There's got to be a tell somewhere. I'm curious. No? Unless I'm just not seeing it. Confirm to skip the current... No. No, no, no. I want to do this. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2. No. Listen, game. Stop that. I hate them so much. It would be fine if, like, they didn't put that message every time. We're doing this. 1, 2. Okay. I keep messing up the jump. That's me. I don't even know what happened there. I hope you guys are having fun watching my suffering. Okay. Okay. I jumped there before, thinking that that was the answer, but it's not. Really? No, what? Screw this. We're just gonna keep hopping. I'm mad it actually worked. Yeah, I'm mad it actually worked. Wait. Oh, okay. I was about to say no.
絶妙なタイミング。
I dislike this part. Platforming sucks. Well, you just witnessed that firsthand. No, no, we're not doing this.
がないものをお見せしましょう。次は本気です。どうかしましたか？
Just, yeah, just jump down to your deaths.
次のシーンの準備でもしますか。私が代わりに保管しておきますね。
At least they made that last part pretty simple.
これでやっと邪魔がなくなりましたね。
Nocturne in rain. You must survive, my knight. Uh-oh. Rain streamed from the somber sky, its crisp clash with the puddles on the ground creating a symphony of splatters. Alone, I sought refuge in a deserted alley. From the bustling street just a few meters away came the incessant wail of sirens and shouts, almost drowning out the rainfall. I had never liked the rainy days. The relentless patter would scramble my focus and cloud my sense of the enemy's location and movements. Just like this moment. Lost in my thoughts when a sudden blaze of flashlight exposed me, stark against the shadows. In the next heartbeat, the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against my forehead. End of the line, criminal. Whoa! Startled awake, my body jerked upright, my head thudding against something. Disoriented for a moment, I then realized I was lying in Agave's lap. Are you okay, my knight? Did you have a nightmare? Attempting to reply, my voice rasped. My throat was raw, as if slashed by blades. Just lie back down. Don't push yourself. You're still running a high fever. Flat on my back, with only a slice of sky in view. I couldn't see her face. I wonder why. But the tone of her voice painted a clear picture of concern. Things had really taken a turn for the worse. Ever since the hostage incident, I had made enemies with Jotunheim, the notorious crime syndicate. I had braced for their vengeance, yet I didn't expect it to come so soon. Late last night, our secret base was attacked. We were caught completely off guard. During the chaos, I took 2 bullets while covering Ignis's escape. Evading our relentless pursuers, Agave and I ducked into the shelter of this rainforest, finally shaking our enemy for a moment. Later, my wounds became infected, causing a high fever that plunged me into a deep slumber. How long has it been? Let me check. About 11 hours since we holed up in this cave. 11 hours. I wonder how Ignis is doing. With no food or water, and these grievous wounds compounded by a high fever, can we really make it out alive? Seems like you've hit a rough patch. Who's there? Agave and I turned towards the source of the voice, only to find a strangely dressed girl who seemed to have materialized in a nearby clearing. Ah! The virtual idol, Miku. Show some respect, humans. Despite her sharp words, she didn't look angry. With a casual tap of her feet, she levitated off the ground. Consider yourselves lucky. I am the fairy of this forest. A fairy? Wait. I knew that was gonna happen. Cut. Mr. Adjutant, you're not supposed to break character like this. Care to explain why a fairy would pop up in the superhero movie, Miss Director? I slapped my face gently a few times to try to stifle my laughter. And why did you choose her for such an absurdly whimsical role? She can't even change the expression on her face. That is really rude, Mr. Adjutant. Professor Frischia here also thinks that was uncalled for. Even I can't take your side on this one, Mr. Adjutant. But your writing and casting are what caused this. Kaede. That's her name. I couldn't remember before. Act 3, Scene 1. Mr. Nova has made some harsh remarks about my older sister. Oh! Wait. This doesn't seem like something the script supervisor should note down. Wait, what did she just say? Kaede, did you just say Nozomi is your older sister? You didn't know, Mr. Adjutant? Kaede and I look so much alike. What? Nozomi's auxiliary projector quickly fluttered to Kaede's side, stabilizing her on her shoulder as it projected Nozomi anew. No, they don't. I'm sorry, but how? Side by side, the resemblance was undeniable, though somehow Nozomi seemed like the younger one. What? I don't see it personally, but sure. She's using her VTuber model, bro. But, okay, so they're sisters. It occurred to me then, Nozomi wasn't born a transcendent. She certainly had an entire human family. Oh, she certainly had an entire human family. I honestly didn't remember that fact either, that she wasn't born a transcendent. But okay. Now that everything's clear, shall we continue shooting, Mr. Adjutant? You still haven't explained the fairy. Well... Agave resignedly pulled me aside. The thing is, Nozomi is a popular idol. People would love it if she made a cameo. So you roped a singer into acting just for the box office draw? Well, it adds a special touch without disrupting the main storyline, so why not? Please just play along, Adjutant. She then nudged me back towards the set. Back to the movie. A fairy? That's right. I appear only to those pure of heart. You're quite fortunate. I shall bestow my blessing upon you. With a graceful twirl, the fairy was enveloped by a shimmering halo of tiny lights that drifted down like fireflies onto our wounds. Holy fairy magic, super healing light wave. As the luminescent particles absorbed into our injuries, they visibly began to heal. Pure of heart, she's at the wrong place? I was gonna say that too, actually. I'm just like, really? Pure of heart? Are you sure? This is ridiculous. I love how he can't keep, he can't take this part seriously. How is this even... Huh? Agave looked up in astonishment, only to find that the fairy had vanished, leaving behind only a whisper echoing through the cave. Beware, warriors. Oh, wow. Brave warriors. Carry on with your battle. With the fairy's aid, Agave and I were strong enough to leave our hiding spot and venture deeper into the rainforest. The path we had taken here was undoubtedly now sealed off by the enemy, forcing us to traverse the dense jungle. It was the dead of night, and the sky continued its soft drizzle, shrouding the path ahead in darkness. On the plus side, however, this provided the perfect cover for our escape. My knight, do you think there might be lions or tigers lurking around here? With her health restored, Agave's voice regained its usual liveliness. No way. You've been living in this city for years. Have you ever heard of large wild animals roaming around? What a pity. I'm actually a certified beast tamer. Whoa, my knight, look. What's that bright thing up ahead? That's the sun. Have you been cooped up in that cave so long that you've lost your senses? Ah, but you're right. Even if we can see the sunrise, if we can see the sunrise, it means the nighttime is almost over. In that case, we better hurry. Once again, she seized my hand and charged forward without a second thought. Mr. Edgerton, I think we might have run too far. Coming to my senses, I realized the crew was nowhere to be seen behind us. Honestly, was it really necessary to shoot this running scene? Absolutely. She suddenly stopped and turned to me, her gaze intense as she casually wiped away the drool from her mouth. Did she just wanted to see us sweat? Because out here, no one can see what happens to you, Mr. Adjutant. Yup. I walked right into that. Still caught up in my role as the Midnight Knight, I was completely caught off guard when Agave suddenly threw herself at me. You smell nice, Mr. Adjutant. I've never truly savored your scent before. It's quite addictive. Her hands wandered restlessly, tracing from my neck to my cheeks. Which cheeks? And then through my hair. Finally, she gently removed my sunglasses, leaning close enough for me to see my own reflection in her eyes. Suddenly, she shifted her head beside my left ear. With an uninhibited demeanor starkly different from her usual self, she whispered softly, her warm breath enveloping my earlobe. Why so tense? Does this mean, instead of Mr. Adjutant, you'd actually prefer I call you my knight? If your position as the adjutant requires maintaining a professional distance, then when your Agave's one and only knight, I can do whatever I want with you, right? You're unbelievable. To be honest, I was not into role-playing, or at least I shouldn't have been. But if playing along could boost her morale, then perhaps some sacrifices would be worth it. I closed my eyes, allowing her weight to press increasingly against me, her subtle botanical scent eagerly invading my senses. Wait, what's that smell? Smell? It's probably my surging pheromones for you. Jeez. No, something's off. A sudden panic gripped me, and my body reacted instinctively, grabbing her shoulder with one hand and her smooth neck with the other. I abruptly pulled her close and sniffed her. Ah, Mr. Adjutant, this is you. So you like it this way? It tickles. As she started to squirm under my grasp, I stopped. Who did your makeup today? Huh? I did, Mr. Adjutant. I always do my own makeup. It was impressive that she could snap out of that state so quickly. What about the makeup products? The makeup products? They're prepared by the crew. I released her. I knew it. It had to be someone from the crew. Mr. Adjutant, you're scaring me. What's going on? Someone has sabotaged your makeup. I explained, succulently, then gave, then gently cradled her face and shook my head. Don't panic now. Listen, take deep breaths and try to stay calm. She frowned deeply but followed my instructions, taking several deep breaths. Only when the flush on her face began to fade did I start to relax slightly. Your makeup shouldn't smell like this. It's the scent of a plant found here in Kuru called Oka. Okay? If I remember correctly, it's known for its potent sedative effects. Interestingly enough, there had been an exhibit featuring this plant and its properties at the museum where we shot the first scene of the movie. Sedative? Someone mixed this natural sedative into your makeup, knowing that it would volatilize as your volatilize. There we go. As you sweat. Whoever did this must be familiar with your makeup routine and knew you'd be running in this scene. It's definitely someone from the crew. That can't be true, unless someone already knew about... It's a possibility, but I suspect it's the same mastermind behind the previous bombing incident, trying again to halt the movie's production. If you hadn't noticed... She clenched her fist in frustration. Regret etched across her face. I shook my head and covered her fist with my hands. There's no point in dwelling on what might have happened. Unlike last time, we really need to stop the filming of this scene. Hop on. Hop on what? That's the second time she's done that. I feel like we've had this conversation before. Thank you. I mean, you need to stay still as much as you can to avoid sweating. We have a long way back. Hop on. I'll carry you. Oh, like she's disappointed. Blushing, she gently hopped onto my back. Though we simulated rain with water guns for the shoot, the biodome of New Hantiro would in fact never experience actual rain. Carrying Agave, I moved at a measured pace, the moonlight revealing our path ahead as the occasional chirps from the grass and treetops filled the silence. This aura of romance, we resembled any typical couple in New Hantiro. Suddenly, I felt her face rub gently against my back, finally settling into a comfortable position. Heh. Her voice caused a slight vibration, resonating clearly through my spine. What's up? I was just thinking, your back seems broader than last time. Last time? I had no memory of ever carrying her on my back. That's what I thought. It was during the Valkyrie Games that year. You were the one who rescued me. Unlike those two big stars, I was just an ordinary person in the disaster. I was all bloody and barely coherent. I even got some of my blood on your clothes while you carried me on your back. After you put me down at the makeshift medical station, some of your subordinates even teased you about it. She recounted the details vividly, yet I had no memory of it. In the days following the descent, I was nearly sleepless, mechanically running around the venue to rescue civilians while also coordinating evacuation and dispatching supplies. I had no time to even remember who I saved. Back then I wanted to thank you, but I was a mess. My clothes were torn, and my face was all bloodied. I couldn't muster the courage to stop you and talk to you, so I ended up silently watching you walk away. So, in the original script of this scene, the Midnight Knight was supposed to save Agave at a critical moment. It would have given me a chance to thank you properly. Too bad this has all gone awry. She yawned widely, then quickly slapped her own cheeks, trying to stay awake. You can do it now if you want. I mean, you can thank me now if you want. Whenever feels right to you, I'm all ears. No need for formalities. Silence enveloped us once more. Just when I began to worry if she had fallen asleep, a faint whisper came from behind me. Mr. Adjutant, I really like you. That's not quite a thank you. That is my way of thanking you. It took us another half hour to make our way back to the production's base camp. I was not sure how to feel about this. It seemed the crew had assumed that Agave had taken the opportunity to whisk me away for a romantic escapade, and were indifferent to our sudden disappearance. Apart from Shenzing's increasingly resentful stares, there was no noticeable reaction from the crew. I immediately helped Agave remove her makeup, meticulously cleaning her face and neck. She then announced to the crew that we would be skipping ahead in the script. For various reasons, we're moving straight to the final scene of Act 3, where Agave and the Midnight Knight finally make contact with Ignis, and, as they leave the rainforest, they discover the enemy's stronghold and decide to infiltrate it. As expected, no one objected. Even Shenzing had grown used to Agave's spontaneous style and began coordinating the crew for the upcoming scene. I hope all this will be worth it. Mr. Adjutant, let's get ready. Time is now against us. Someone on the crew. So it definitely... Let's see. Deploy. Just put them here just because. Actually, wait, where is she? Because she actually did gain some experience. There she is. Let's just throw her there. An elevator. And it looks like there should be a few enemies up there. I hope they don't have the nasty habit of fighting on elevators. What did she just foreshadow? Hold on a second. My mouse is doing something weird. Okay. Oh. Okay. Wait, what? Alright. Listen, elevators. We're not doing this. What? No, what? I want off this ride. There we go. Okay. What's a turret doing here? And one with full ammo at that. Finally contacted you guys. Ignis? I airdrop turret. Okay. We'll rendezvous with you after you two after clearing out these enemies. Ah. Oh. Okay. Oh, I'm about to say, where are they? You know what? We need a character with a Gatling gun. Yes. That's what we need. Ah, stop that. Okay. Dr. Ignis. That's Professor Frisia to you, sir. A dead end. My knight. You jump. You jump, I jump, right? I don't know. Looks like death. I know it's not. Okay. No, that's Frisia, my love. Uh-oh. Ooh, okay. Bringing out the Metal Gears, I see. I just wanted to get them all into sight. They actually survived. I'm surprised. There we go. Nice. Incongruent. A misfit in every way. With enough determination, people have the potential to display unimaginable strength. Thanks to the supplies airdropped by Ignis and Felicity, Agave and I pushed forward relentlessly. We cleared every fortified point and gun turret in our path until an unexpected clearing opened up before us. The structure up ahead must be their camp. 8 patrollers, 3 in the watchtower, and 6 more behind the gate. There seem to be fewer guards on the flank. Let's use the grappling hook to go around. Hold on, my knight. There it was again, her typical grin. Since Ignis went through the trouble to prepare this baby, we'd be fools not to use it. She unpacked one of the airdrop supply packs, pulling out a fully loaded bazooka. Do we have bazooka characters in this? No, we don't. That's another weapon type they can add. Set up, aim, and fire. After the smoke cleared, only a single building remained standing in what was once a guarded encampment. You have 1 minute to explain everything. As soon as we entered the room, the man before us crumbled to his knees and started trembling, unable to utter a single coherent sentence. To save us both time, I had no choice but to draw my gun and press it against his forehead. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Who are you? I'm one of the 4 giants of Jotunheim. They call me Infernal Sentry. Get to what we really want to know. Where's Badir? I nudged the gun barrel against his forehead. Huh? Who's Badir? Don't play dumb. Badir is your boss, isn't he? Oh, that is a huge misunderstanding. You see, there's no one named Badir in our syndicate. The bombs, the setup, everything, it was all part of Lord Phantom's plan. You really expect us to fall for that? You clearly just made that name up. I'm telling the truth, I swear. Phantom. My left hand suddenly clenched into a fist. Agave didn't know what that name meant to me. 3 years ago, I was just a beat cop who wanted to keep the city safe. Oh no. This backstory. Back then, the city was plagued with an arch-villain named Nightborn Phantom, and their heinous followers who looted at will. Understaffed and under-equipped, the police were powerless against them. During one incident, Nightborn Phantom orchestrated a bombing at the city stadium that resulted in hundreds of deaths. After that, I lost faith in the system, and with Ignis' support, became the rogue vigilante known as the Midnight Knight. I'm sorry. Well, we're Batman. Did someone say boom? Yes. Over the past 3 years, I used whatever means necessary to bring down those who scoffed at the law, until nearly every name was crossed off my list, except for one. The Nightborn Phantom had vanished as if into thin air, leaving no trace behind. I had thought they might have been killed by someone else, but no. They had simply been operating under a different identity. Tell me, where is the Phantom now? Well... He shrank back, his voice faltering as he sensed a shift in my tone. If I tell you, will you spare me? 3, 3, 2. All right, I'll talk. Finally, he broke down and with a trembling voice, gave up an address. It was the last place I ever expected. Hemidal headquarters? Is it T? Cut. Great job, everyone. That's a wrap for Act 3. Go ahead and take a break. The crew dispersed in small groups. Agave flipped through the script, humming contentedly. I know that in movies, the mastermind is often someone unexpected. But have you decided who will play the Phantom? Well, it would be hard for a human actor to portray the spectral-like nature of the Phantom, so I borrowed this from Nozomi. Upon Agave's signal, 2 crew members rolled in a cart bearing a massive object draped in red cloth, standing nearly 2 meters tall. I noticed a strange arm dangling out from beneath the cloth. Its exterior appeared to be crafted from a new type of ceramic, while the joints and limbs were manipulated by fine wires. Mr. Adjutant, you want to guess what's inside? If you're going to use it to portray the Phantom, then I think it's... A Phantom, huh? A suit of armor. If I could see that arm, but yeah, it would have to be... No. A puppet. That's right. We really are on the same wavelength, Mr. Adjutant. With some wire work, we can make it seem like the Phantom is floating in the air. Pretty cool, huh? Well, it's a bit early to say. By the way, Agave, you haven't told us where we're going to film Act 4. I've thought long and hard about this. The lair of a crime syndicate should be mysterious, dangerous, and expansive, yet inconspicuous. Is there really such a place in New Hentiro? Yes, there is. I mean, there was. Everyone seemed confused. Kaede, you're familiar with the observation hall, aren't you? Kaede subconsciously nodded, then quickly shook her head as if realizing something. You're not talking about the one on Outer Island 6, are you? That's the one. But all of Outer Island 6 has been destroyed. I suddenly realized that Kaede was referring to the uninhabited island that fell from the sky during our battle with Nascent Woden. Many structures on the island were made of glass, notably the observation hall on the island's edge. It offers spacious interiors and panoramic views, an ideal filming location. And here's the cherry on top. The remains of Outer Island 6 now lie just below New Hentiro, partly submerged and partly above the sea's surface. We probably won't need to buy tickets to get in now. Ah, that's right. Ladies and gentlemen, over the next dozen or so hours, we will be leaving New Hentiro and diving deep into the ocean to film Act 4. Come on, Flying Knight and Air Agave. Suddenly, a powerful gust blasted just a few dozen meters ahead of us with a deafening roar. 2 floodlights pierced the night sky, bathing the area in light as bright as day. As everyone gazed in astonishment, 2 unmanned helicopters steadied themselves and landed neatly on the open ground before us. These are... Just as the name suggests, they are symbols of our boundless love. Ow! I gently tugged at one of her ponytails to stop her from making any more misleading comments. Miss Director, aren't these helicopters from the Outer Isle Hotel? Mm-hmm. I figured they'd come in handy, so I rented them along with the venue. Ah, that explains the unusual item in our expenses. A little extra spending is nothing for the company. Amid Agave's cheers and Shenzhang's soft sighs, we boarded the helicopters bound for Outer Island 6. There's nothing like the feeling of spending T's money. On the doorstep. Oh. Okay. This is fine. Is this the enemy's lair? Dark and damp. This is indeed their style. Agave, what is it? Nothing. It's just, this place looks familiar. Since we were just talking about her.
Are you sure I'm your best choice?
It's Frisia.
More hostiles appearing. Have we reached the threshold where I run and hide?
Then begins just to let loose.
Who needs this the most? Why don't these guns auto-load? Does nobody think about these things?
Uh-oh.
Cooperation can be risky.
You are bound. It's like they don't even calculate
Wait,
their
what?
odds of success.
Nightborn Phantom. Wait, what's happening? Oh. What? Okay. That was interesting.
Are you sure I'm your best choice? It's like they don't even calculate.
That was cool. I like that. And like the final boss just makes a random appearance. It's like, uh-oh.
You are bound.
I love how they were just like paralyzed while she was loading her gun.
Raise the pressure. Raise the temperature.
Yep.
Brute force attacks are so last year. Should have run when you saw us. Getting killed like this? Irrational. Who needs this the most?
Ah. We can't even hit that thing. No wonder it's called a phantom. Oh. Well, let's see how this phantom stands up against the Midnight Knight. Aha. I learned. My knight will cover you. Please, you must. Put an end to this.
Brute force attacks are so last year.
Wait, that did nothing.
Don't worry, I'm present.
Not even worried about him.
It's nothing. Not a problem. Nothing to be afraid of.
Don't go.
There we go. Alright, this is how we're gonna deal with you.
I can't promise anything, okay? You would have thought they would have configured access privileges.
Oh no. Wait, is this the part where you... No, okay.
That's my 10,000 steps.
No elevator fight scene? Delayed gunshot. Uh-oh. No way to escape. As the elevator door slowly closed, through the narrowing gap, I caught a glimpse of Agave looking back and giving me a smile. The moment the door sealed, all sounds from the outside, gunshots, explosions, and the shouts of Agave, Felicity, and Ignis were muffled. The elevator began its rapid descent to the building's deepest level. During the prolonged descent, the flickering elevator lights and the creaking of the cables seemed to whisper secrets to the long-abandoned depths below. Finally, it came to a steady halt, revealing a narrow corridor ahead. This was the sole entrance to the hall. The Phantom, my nemesis, and the elusive mastermind behind everything, now had nowhere left to run. Clutching my gun, I ventured deeper into the corridor. Finally, I reached the center of the hall, only to find it eerily empty. What's going on? Why is there no one here? About that. We haven't actually found anyone to play the Phantom yet. Excuse me? Wasn't the puppet supposed to be the Phantom? It seemed pretty convincing in the fight scene earlier. That was the Phantom's battle form. We can't also use it for the dialogue scenes with the Midnight Knight. It first expresses its ideology in human form, then it transforms into a monster for the battle. That's the proper flow of the narrative. Act 4, Scene 3. The director forgot to cast an actor. Needs post-production effects. You can leave out the first part. Am I supposed to play along with this bad joke? It's no big deal. I was going to use special effects for the transformation anyway. Adjutant, just pretend your nemesis is there and act towards thin air for now. That's a bit too challenging for me. Okay, I also have a backup plan. Kaede. Huh? What is it, Miss Director? The pink-haired girl quickly shut her notebook, looking confusedly at Agave. You're going to play the Phantom. Me? Yes. I've considered it carefully, and you're the perfect fit. That seems rather arbitrary. Look, you've even scared Kaede speechless. I'd be honored. Sorry, I was overwhelmed. It's a tremendous privilege to play opposite the big hero, Mr. Nova. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at me. I should have seen this coming. Kaede, after all, was working closely with Agave, and it was inevitable for Agave's passion to rub off on her. Well then, I'll go over the lines with Kaede to familiarize her with the acting style while the crew sets up for the shoot. We start in half an hour. What? Oh, okay. Exiting the elevator, I tightened my grip on my gun and walked down the corridor into its depths. After a few dozen steps, I reached the corridor's end, where I saw a solitary figure standing alone in the center of the hall. In the dim light, details of the person's age, gender, or attire were indiscernible. All I could see was their figures standing defenselessly with their back to the hall entrance. The task was simple. Raise the pistol. My allies were out there buying me time, so I wouldn't give this person a chance to react. I pulled the trigger. The gunshot echoed loudly, and the bullet whizzed from the muzzle straight towards the target's head, only to pass right through. What the hell? I couldn't help but curse. Could the Phantom truly be impervious to attacks? No, that can't be right. Calm down. They must have taken advantage of the environment here to dodge the bullet at an imperceptible speed. That wasn't very gentlemanly. You! Hearing the Phantom's voice, I froze in shock. Be patient, Mr. Hero. At least allow me to turn on the stage lights first. Ah, blinding. Two spotlights suddenly cast their beams on us, allowing me to finally see the person's appearance clearly. Not gonna lie, she fell into this role really well. Used bad words instead of bullets. Call them back. Naturally, it was nothing like I had expected, but that didn't mean anything. You've got nowhere to run. Ha! Run? Please enlighten me. What crimes have I committed, and why should I run? It's not my duty to sentence you. The Midnight Knight is simply here to exterminate the wicked. The Midnight Knight? Hiding behind that facade, do you really believe your hands are less stained with blood than mine? Isn't a hero in the shadows just a part of that same darkness? Am I not right, Hemidal Adjutant? Commander Rosen sends her regards. Oh, shoot. Amid a deafening gunshot, I saw the bullet whirl from Kaede's gun. Before I fully grasped what was happening, my chest was pierced, blossoming into a spray of blood. Ha! That definitely isn't a prop gun. As this meaningless thought crossed my mind, my vision blurred, and then I collapsed heavily to the ground. We were right. It was Kaede. I've always wanted to say that line. Like a movie paused at its climax, the observation hall fell into an eerie silence. Eventually, Kaede dropped the gun, her peculiar smile unsettling everyone present. Everyone seemed to believe that perhaps what just transpired was yet another of Agave's last-minute script changes. It was only when the sound of the gun hitting the floor echoed like a death knell that reality set in. You! Agave suddenly felt her waistband loosen, and before she could react, her pistol had already been snatched by Shenzing. In the flash, Shenzing rushed up to Kaede and delivered a merciless kick that brought her to her knees, then placed the muzzle of the pistol directly on her forehead. Wait. Just as Shenzing was about to pull the trigger, a peculiar purple glint flashed in Kaede's eyes. Moments later, Her body slumped to the ground like a lifeless puppet. The very next instant, under the watchful eyes of everyone present, a Demiurge handmaiden materialized in the center of the hall. The Demiurge handmaiden erupted into a manic laughter, a sound that seemed to have been suppressed for far too long. I never expected such a bonus for hiding for so long. You manipulated Kaede. Manipulated her? Don't insult me. While controlling a manifestation is challenging, the bodies of ordinary people are mere shells easily overtaken. You killed her? For some reason, it was only then that a hint of anger tinged Agave's voice. A pawn that has served its purpose is sure to be disposed of. So the swap bomb and the sedative in my makeup were also your doing. You controlled Kaede to do all those things. Are you serious? You're focused on those details right now? Just as the Demiurge handmaiden was about to respond, Shenzing abruptly interrupted. Ignoring her hoarse cry, Agave pressed down Shenzing's gun and calmly continued her inquiry. You said killing the adjutant was an unexpected bonus. What were you originally after? You think I'd tell you? Foolish mortal. But since it's come to this, I guess it doesn't matter either way. Huh? Why is it suddenly... I volunteered to stay when Commander Rosen retreated, aiming to retrieve that worthless secretary's corpse she referred to as Woden's remains. Even the commander herself had no plans to recover them. If I succeed, it'll prove that I'm even stronger than any of the other so-called Demiurges. A corpse? You can't see it, of course. Without the proper methods of detection and recovery, mortals can't sense the presence of the remains. If it weren't for your ridiculous movie shooting around the remains, I would have reclaimed them all by now. If it weren't for you and you damn meddling kids. So, you know where these Woden's remains are? Isn't that obvious? Then, please share that information with us. Even Shenzing, who had been nearly blinded by rage, began to regain her senses upon witnessing such a bizarre scenario. The Demiurge handmaiden tilted its head in confusion, puzzled by why it had unreservedly confessed so much, and why it still had an uncontrollable urge to share even more secrets. Ah, Agave's using her ability. I'll tell you. The remains are at... The words had barely left its mouth when it suddenly leaped up as if electrocuted, dashing towards the hall exit. After a few strides, it tripped as if snagged by an unseen force, crashing to the ground. Pale purple threads encasing its body then appeared, stretching all the way to Agave's hands, naturally. Must we always resort to violence? That's your line from the first act, isn't it, Miss Director? At this point, I'm no longer needed to play dead. As everyone stared in shock, I wiped off the fake blood from my chest and stood up. Adjutant. For the second time today, a pistol clattered to the floor. This time, it was Shenzing's. She and Frisia rushed over, frantically feeling my chest to check for a bullet hole that was never there. Only after confirming I was unharmed did they stop their frenzied searching, dumbfounded. All right, that's enough, girls. This isn't the time to cop a feel. That just goes to show you, though, that they will just immediately attack whoever tries to harm Adjutant. Agave came over with a playful grin, picked up her pistol, dusted it off with a theatrical flourish, and quickly went to Kaede to help her to her feet. With Agave's support, Kaede slowly opened her eyes and yawned, as if waking from a deep slumber. So she's alive too. What in the world? Witnessing such a surreal resurrection. Shenzing and Tricia managed to voice their confusion while the rest of the crew was utterly speechless, some so overwhelmed they had collapsed. Quick question. What have we been doing all this time? Filming a movie? Bingo. And now that the filming has ended, the fallen knight naturally comes back to life. Is this some kind of sick joke? Allow me to explain. I steadied Shenzing, who was so furious that she almost stumbled and fell, and directed her gaze to the thin thread in Agave's hand. Basically, before the filming started, let's make a movie. But that day, after proposing her idea excitedly, Agave's face suddenly fell into a worried frown. What's the matter? Mr. Adjutant, I'm sure you're worried about some of Rosen's lackeys lingering in this city will potentially sabotage our shoot, aren't you? She was right. The frequent public security incidents in New Hantira weren't just the work of citizens under the influence of the malicious data. Rosen's soldiers who had been left behind also contributed. If there had been any other options, I'd have preferred to use a more discreet plan to avoid complications. Since you brought it up, you must have a plan, I presume. As the Adjutant's chief secretary, handling problems is my forte. Smiling, she spread her arms and stretched the faint purple thread between her fingers as she stepped closer, prompting me to subconsciously step back. Come on. I won't do anything weird to you. Mr. Adjutant, just trust me, okay? Without any more explanation, she continued to approach. The thread in her hand seemed to have sprung to life, swiftly encircling us from behind and binding us together. Oh, ah. The pressure against my chest was uncomfortable, and Agave, perhaps inadvertently, made odd noises. But soon the pressure eased, and the thread vanished mysteriously, though everything else around us remained unchanged. Just as I was about to say something, Agave gave me a quick wink, then swiftly pulled her gun from her waist and fired 2 shots at the nearby chair. 2 bullet holes punctured the backrest. Done. Now, Mr. Adjutant, watch closely. The thread reappeared, tightened around us, and then relaxed again. This time, without her cue, I subconsciously glanced at the bench. There were no bullet holes. Do you see what my ability is now? What I can do is... She looked at me expectantly. It dawned on me. It wasn't precognition or emotional manipulation. She was simply delusional. Oh no. Her literal power is Chunbyo. Okay. Yeah. But with her ability to control Taijin and the high polymer thread in her hands, she could project her own delusions onto others' minds. Yeah. Yeah. She's so obsessed she became godlike. Yeah. How do you lose? Seriously. You can just project whatever you want. And she can even set things up beforehand, so yeah. Staying immersed in such a fabricated world for too long could indeed warp one's emotions and reasoning. To convince the Demirge handmaiden it had accomplished its mission so that it would divulge its secrets, we played along. But none of us had seen Agave's thread before just now, had we? Good point. So, where has his thread been all this time? Could it be... did you... Ow! Frisia jumped up. Too caught up in her excitement, she bit her tongue, yelping in pain. I got it! You must have used the thread to encircle the entire New Henchiro. Her words, though slurred in discomfort, were clear to everyone present. While you and Shenzing were en route to New Hentiro, Agave and I were already making preparations. We constructed a massive projection frame using that incredibly stretchy thread. Unknown to the city's inhabitants, all of New Hentiro was encompassed within this frame. Thread was in the same place the swimmer NPCs keep their Pokeballs. Girl's secret. Oh no. We've got a running Agave. From that very moment, the movie had already begun. Of course, Agave's work was far from done. Over the next 48 hours, she scurried across every nook and cranny of the city, memorizing the coordinates of streets and buildings to keep her delusions consistent with reality and prevent any discrepancies. Damn. She put in work. Adding to the challenge, she hadn't slept a wink since then. If she were to doze off, the world she'd constructed would crumble. So there we go. That's what it is. She needs rest. But that makes sense. As I spoke, images of Agave seemingly sitting idly in a chair over the past few days flashed through my mind. Only I knew she wasn't spacing out, but rather using those moments to briefly rest her brain. I did my best to keep her awake by chatting, cheering her up, and using any means necessary. This monumental secret nearly was exposed when we were in the rainforest. This was a long night that only she could make it through, but in the end, she did it. This miraculous dramatic twist, orchestrated by Mr. Adjutant and myself, is the grand finale of Operation Midnight. After concluding her speech, Agave raised her hands, anticipating applause. However, met with the room's astonished silence, she sheepishly lowered them. You! How dare you make a fool of me? The only protest came from the figure still sprawled on the floor, our unexpected bonus from the plan. I thought we could coax some intel out of it, but didn't expect it to be such a tough nut to crack. Let's give it a good thrashing. Sounds like a plan. Shenzing, Gracia, could you please take the crew outside for a moment? Uh-oh. Soon, the hall was left with just me, Agave, and the Demiurge handmaiden. With a subtle gesture, Agave released the thread binding the Demiurge handmaiden, who instantly surged up and darted to a spot far from us. He knows. Now, the game is on. Finally, a chance for Mr. Adjutant to deliver his closing lines I've written for him. This is hilarious. Shadow play. So, she's the final boss because we allowed her to be the final boss. That is great. Scene start.
お前の命
I will take your life,
その罪
and with it your sins,
この長い
while bringing an end to this long night. Okay. Yo. This is awesome. Nightborn Phantom. The Phantom, it's possessing the body of that puppet? It's different from the other Demure handmaidens we've seen. If that's the case, then playing this whole production wasn't for nothing. Okay. That was an awesome intro. Alright, what are you doing? I wonder, can you destroy the parts? Oh, I used it at the wrong time. Oh. Oh, okay. I'm about to say, isn't that Cherno's attack? Oh. Wait.
You are bound.
Nuh-uh, don't come over here. 今までに見たことがないものをお見せしましょう。
We're gonna let Agave just have the spotlight.
この程度平気です。次は本気です。今までに見たことがないもの
gets her special back so quick. Okay. That was a lot simpler than I thought it was going to be. She and I. Stay, Agave. Ah! The last bullet from the Midnight Knight pierced through the Phantom's skull. Following a chilling scream, it slowly collapsed, dissolving bit by bit into nothingness. In the next moment, the lights in the movie theater flickered back to life. The packed audience began to file out, making way for the next eager group streaming in from another entrance. Outside the movie theater, 3 locals, like most around them, were animatedly discussing the film they just watched. The scene where the Midnight Knight carries Agave out of the museum was epic. This movie really lifted my spirits. My favorite part was where they supported each other in the rainforest. That rainforest seemed oddly familiar, though. No wonder it's the hottest movie right now. Look, Operation Midnight is snagging all the prime time slots. The special effects and acting blew me away. The plot's a bit quirky, though, ending right after the boss fight. Is the director setting us up for a sequel? No. I heard this movie is the director's swan song. She's planning to retire soon. Oh, what a shame. The man shook his head in disappointment, then noticed me and gave me a look up and down as if recognizing something. Say, bro, you're pretty fit. You could pass for the Midnight Knight from the movie. Your face might not match, but from behind you look exactly like him. Whoa, I see it too. Are you his stunt double by any chance? No, I'm just here to watch the movie. I then flashed the 3 ticket stubs in my hand. I gotta go catch up with my friends. Have a good one. There was no chance they could recognize me. As the Hemidal adjutant and manifestations of Idrisil, it would be unwise for us to show our faces on the silver screen. So, in the final cut, Shinzing, Frisia, Agave, and I used special effects to alter our appearances as we liked. We even managed to fix their costumes on the fly with special effects. Fun fact. Frisia used effects to stretch her height to 5'6", which made her running scenes look a bit off. That's great. Adjutant, why that weird smile? You're not secretly mocking Professor Frisia, are you? Yes. Of course not. Looking up, I found Frisia and Shenzing standing in front of me. How did your investigations go? Just as Agave predicted, most citizens watched Operation Midnight either at the theaters or on their personal devices. Ganges is also pushing the movie's publicity for us. We've also provided Ganges with the code to overwrite the malicious data, ensuring that even those who haven't seen the movie will see footage embedded with the code through other channels. New Henturo is expected to return to normal within 2 months. No news is good news. And Frisia, how about things on your end? With the coordinates you provided, I've arranged the recovery of all Woden's remains. As for their purpose, well, since they were a windfall, they'll need to go through a thorough examination by the company. Indeed, after defeating that special diminished handmaiden, Agave resecured it with her high polymer thread, and I extracted the precise locations of the so-called Woden's remains from its memories, allowing the company to recover these invaluable data assets. While the purpose of the remains still wasn't clear, I had an inkling that they would be crucial in our battle against Rosen. Well, that wraps up our missions in New Hentiro for now. Not yet. Not yet. Fricia stood on her toes, punctuating each word while prodding my chest forcefully. There's still one thing to be settled. You didn't brief us on the plan beforehand. After the filming that day, Shenzing was still shaking all the way back. That is true. We do have a bad habit of not telling them. Life was mad at that as well, too. Shenzing looked at me, her eyes brimming with unspoken grievances. I braced for an earful. But instead, she offered a gentle smile and tenderly looked at my hand. Took my hand. I'm just glad you're safe. Huh? Shenzing? I thought we were going to give him a piece of our mind. Seeing Fricia stamp her foot in frustration, we all burst into laughter. Speaking of which, have you two seen Agave? I haven't been able to find her since early this morning. I remember she mentioned she was leaving New Hentiro today. She's probably on her way to the Skyport at the moment. Whatever, I do what I want, pretty much. Leaving? She's already said her farewells to everyone, and even handed out parting gifts. I had no idea she was leaving. Well, before we came, she had already submitted her resignation to Director T. Okay. She's resigning, in quotation marks, and she's gonna come back to Hemidal. Keep the adjutant safe. This will be your last mission as a Leviathan agent. Let's see. So that was what T meant. All along, I thought T intended to recruit Agave into the Hemidal force. I had no idea. No, I should have realized sooner. Without a moment to think things through, I turned and sprinted towards the Skyport. Despite having lived in New Hentiro for over a year, Agave's belongings remained minimal. In fact, she had even fewer items than when she first arrived. She hurried along the main road to the Skyport, blending in with tourists also departing New Hentiro. Passerby occasionally cast puzzled looks at the solitary young lady, her eyes reddened and glistening with unshed tears. She had to hurry, though she had long braced herself for this unannounced departure. She still feared he might catch up to her, or more precisely, she feared that the lingering hope and hesitation within her might catch up. Miss, you dropped something. Oh, thank you. Upon hearing the voice behind her, Agave subconsciously turned, her hand reaching out and then freezing midair. You won't be able to board the sky skiff without your entry permit. I handed her the entry permit she had just dropped. She took it silently, casting her eyes downward like a child who had done something wrong. And I have a question. Sure. What was the original ending of the movie? The ending? The Midnight Knight defeats the Phantom, unmasks the crime syndicate's mastermind, and once again restores peace to the city. No, that couldn't have been it. It wasn't scripted, but it was the ending that I had envisioned. Then tell me, who really is the Phantom? You said that you didn't find anyone to play the Phantom, so you asked Kaede to be a stand-in and would later add post-production effects. Knowing how much time you dedicated to this movie, you even personally selected every extra. How could you have missed a major villain? So I wondered, which one of the characters couldn't be played by anyone else and would require post-production effects? The answer is quite clear now. The mastermind behind everything, the true identity of the Phantom, is you, Agave. In reality, this would be the least likely scenario. But this is a movie, and you left many clues that foreshadow this final showdown. Even after you changed the ending, those clues still pointed directly to the truth. Why create a character like Agave who possesses flawless disguise abilities? Why does Agave know so much about Jotunheim? And why is the Midnight Knight so shocked when he hears the Phantom's voice? Your script was supposed to go like this. The Midnight Knight reaches the final showdown, only to discover his nemesis is none other than Agave, whom he had thought was fending off enemies outside. He's unsure whether it's due to her multiple personalities or amnesia, that the companion who once saved his life, his intimate partner whom he spends every moment with, turns out to be the criminal mastermind he's been hunting. In the end, the Midnight Knight shoots Agave dead. That was the original narrative and intended conclusion, wasn't it? No, it's not like that. You intended for me to kill Agave, didn't you, Vidya Shannon? Sorry. I inadvertently saw your name on your entry permit when I picked it up. Vidya. Had I not caught up to her, when would I have learned of this name? I know you wouldn't think about taking your own life. It's just the persona of Agave you wanted me to kill, isn't it? Now, can you tell me the reason, Vidya? Nova. It was perhaps the first time she called me by my real name, stripping away all titles and formalities. Do you remember that question? What's the hardest thing to steal in the world? I'll tell you my answer now. For me, the hardest thing to steal is one's past. Your habits, preferences, ways of thinking, quirks, enemies, and what keeps you up at night all stem from your past. Even if those memories fade, they remain etched in your mind, shaping your entire existence. Are you talking about your past as a Leviathan agent? I was a Leviathan agent created specifically for you. What do you mean? I've meticulously studied It's scrolling. Studied all your records and images, both public and private. Hey, from your school day teacher evaluations to your recruitment into Idrisil, and all the way to your promotion to the head of the security department. Then to your trip to Mistletoe Station, and finally your return as the adjutant. Since my first day as Leviathan agent, my primary mission had been to learn about you, analyze you, and emulate you. At first, I didn't understand the purpose of my duties, but later it became clear. When needed, I could be your perfect partner. Or, should you ever lose control, I would be the sharpest assassin, the one who knew you best. That explained why Agave knew the Midnight Knight inside and out in the movie. However, she took a deep breath. By the time I realized all this, I had already fallen deeply in love with you. I had fallen for someone I only met once, yet whose everything was already imprinted in my mind. She became a Leviathan agent shortly after the descent, around the time I boarded the spaceship to Mistletoe Station. Was this what she had been doing for the following 4 years? But don't worry. That mission is over now. Otherwise, Director T wouldn't have approved my resignation. The only thing that remains is my past, my ulterior motives, my dishonorable behavior. I'm not even sure if I love you for who you are, or if I've merely become accustomed to having you in my life. So when I finally met you in New Hentiro, I wanted to cling to you as much as I could. Because, unlike what I had experienced in the past, the time I spent with the real you allowed me to temporarily forget everything I've done in the past. It also made me realize that someone like me doesn't deserve to stand by your side. Can you steal away my past? Yes. I can steal anything. For I am the Midnight Phantom. Wait, no, night. The evening breeze lifted her hair, unveiling her tear-stained yet smiling face. Against the distant music from the skyport, it was like a freeze frame from the final scene of our film. I swear, if they're filming right now. Do you hear that? They're already making the final boarding calls for the skyskiff. Next time we meet, I promise to introduce myself properly. Goodbye, Nova. Her steps were no longer as calm as when she arrived, but just as determined. Determined steps towards a future where our paths might never cross again. But then, Vidya, I can't steal your past, nor do I wish to. Take her hands. What I need is you, the present at present. The person at present. Oh? All that for a hug.
でも私
Oh, wait. Oh, no. There we go. But
まだ準備ができていないの。
I'm not ready
ど
yet.
んな姿を見せればいいのか。
I don't know who I should face you as.
一日中妄想ばっかりしているバカを好きになれるの？
Would you have feelings for some idiot always lost in her delusions? Well, I think... Oh no, I forgot her name. From the anime. Clearly she hasn't seen that anime. You know the one I'm talking about.
暗闇でさまよう霊馬店員に好感を持てるの？
Would you have feelings for a Leviathan agent always lurking in the shadows?
あなたが本当に必要なのは街を丸ごと翻弄したあなた
Rika. Yes, thank you, Wriggle. Clearly, she hasn't met Rika. Which one do you really need? The heroine named Agave, who can trick an entire city? Yes.
それとも舞台裏でこっ
Or
そり
Vidya,
愛しい人を見
the
つける
girl silently watching the man she loves behind the
で
scenes.
すか？
Yes.
この問いに対する答えはまだ見つけていません。
I haven't figured out the answers to these
です
questions.
がいつか答え
But
に
my
導ける
journey
日
is
が来
long,
ること
and I
を
will find these
信
answers
じています。
someday.
それまで
Until then,
私は世界の
I will miss you
遠いどこ
dearly,
かで
wherever I
あ
am
な
in the
たを
world.
思い続けるでしょう。
There's no need for that. I need you. And so does the city you've been protecting. You've done really well, Vidya. Your journey is long, but you don't have to walk it alone.
私
Please stay by my side as a Hemidal operative, Vidya. Vidya. Its English is love delusions of grandeur. I think you're talking about, yeah. I think, yeah, that was the English name.
別れる準備をして言いたくないことも言ったのに
I had made up my mind to leave. I even said things I didn't mean.
責任さんそんなの
And then Mr. Adjutant came along, saying all these heart-melting things. We're good like that.
どうすれば
What am I supposed to do now? As Vidya sobbed, the sky suddenly lit up with fireworks and bubbles. Bathed in a pink hue, the city transformed into a dreamy, ethereal tableau, captivating everyone on the street. Undoubtedly, this was Vidya's doing. Overwhelmed with emotion, she projected the images from her mind into reality. But it ruined such a romantic atmosphere if I just stood there analyzing the scene. I gently stepped forward and embraced the trembling form, like a superhero from the movie of her dreams. Her tears dampened my shoulder. And thus, our story, the movie starring her and me, finally found its true its true happy ending. The end. She and I. Yep, that was it. Okay. No, go back. Claiming everything. Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. What's this file too? Yep, there's still one more. Long night's end. Time to go home. Let's talk. Sure. But why did you want to meet me here of all places? The minute I had returned to the company, T had requested to see me. Outside the company. My meetings with T were almost invariably in her office. She rarely ventured, and she almost never indulged in alcohol. Oh? Are we taking T home tonight? No. After all, Leaving the company premises would expose her to numerous risks, like assassination attempts or bugging, threats that were difficult to mitigate. Catching the hint of confusion in my eyes, T delicately raised her wine glass, creating a burgundy barrier between our eyes. The gentle sway of her hand made the wine sparkle under the bar's dim lighting, casting a kaleidoscope of colors. This place used to belong to Sharma. I was just about to say, who? Sharma. Milan Sharma. Oh. That was, Pai's old name. Okay. Back when she joined the company. She seemed to really like this place, always meeting her business partners here. And now it belongs to you? No, it belongs to you. Oh. Okay. I don't want it. What? No. Why is that? She kept her focus on her wine glass, seemingly prepared for my firm refusal. I have no interest in running a business, and besides, I don't want anything that had any relation to that awful woman. But say, I don't want the business, I just want the place. I just take the place. So, you want neither fame nor profit. Is there anything you care about besides your operatives? A house big enough for all of us to live in. What are you getting at? Ida and Rose and Kawarnia have already provided their own answers to the question of how to save humanity. Yet we haven't provided any. Isn't your project Deus Ex meant to be the answer? Would you support it? She glanced at me with her raised eyebrows, her tone tinged with a mix of resignation and weariness. I know you wouldn't allow them to become gods. And they wouldn't want that either. Which is why we need another plan, and it shouldn't be my call. You know as well as I do that dealing with the Titan contamination isn't enough. To stand against the enemy, you must find your own answer, raise your own banner, and rally your own supporters under it. Time is running out. You can't, and shouldn't be content with just being the adjutant. In this matter, I'm not taking no for an answer. I suddenly realized that she wasn't really trying to swirl the wine in her glass. She was actually trying to steady her trembling hand. At last, she finished her drink in one swift gulp and pushed the empty glass towards me. Just embrace your destiny, Nova, as humanity's savior. If you are the first rays of dawn of a glorious summer, then I shall be the last flower to bloom in late spring. Time flows relentlessly on. Yet, I wish to pause this moment with you by my side. Can a shadow ever find happiness? I've asked myself this over and over as I watched you fade away. They say in some worlds, even parallel lines can meet someday. So, when you miss me, just look up to the sky and smile. My dearest love, my dearest stranger. Hold on. As I read on, the letter was abruptly snatched from my hand, revealing a blushing Vidya before me. This is... You slipped this into my suitcase, didn't you? I questioned her innocently. I forgot to take it out. Taking advantage of her crestfallen moment, I quickly reclaimed the letter. Although a farewell letter was no longer necessary, I still wanted to keep it. It had been 2 days since we returned to the company. During this time, I had sorted through endless paperwork for Vidya's transfer, while she busied herself personalizing her room at the base. As I put the letter back in my suitcase, I noticed another pink envelope at the bottom. Is this one also from you? I raised and waved the envelope before Vidya's eyes. Huh? No. Why would I write 2 farewell letters? She shook her head, then suddenly leaned in, scrutinizing the envelope with a suspicious look. Mr. Adjutant, this isn't another love letter, is it? That familiar tone and gesture. It seemed she was already fitting in well as a Hemidal operative. Using paper letters in this day and age. I have a good guess as to who it might be. I carefully opened the envelope, recognizing the handwriting immediately. Ah, that's Kaede's handwriting. What does it say? It's a letter of thanks from the entire crew and all the citizens of New Hentiro. It says everyone loved the movie, and the crew considered the shoot a rewarding experience they'd never forget. No surprise there. Seeing a demure handmaiden up close on a sunken island was something the people of New Hentiro wouldn't soon forget. Aw, that girl is too much. Although Vidya tried to sound casual, her eyes twinkled with joy. I continued reading the letter. And one more thing. One night during the shoot, I overheard Director Agabe talking to herself, wondering if making the movie would really be worth it. I didn't have the chance to respond to her then, but now I can say for sure. Everything you did meant a lot to us. You saved me, and you saved our city and its people. For us, it was as meaningful as anything ever could ever be. Thank you for everything you've done for New Hentiro. The letter ended with dozens of signatures, each in different handwriting. Kaede. Honestly, I couldn't quite match all those names to faces of the crew members, yet the image of them bustling under Vidya's and Shenzing's direction vividly popped into my head. Those smiling faces, which I thought would blur over time, became clearer in my memory. This is my answer, I guess. What was that? It's nothing. I smiled at Vidya, keeping the weight of my thoughts to myself as always. Let's go, Vidya. No, they didn't. Okay. That was nice. Starring Nova, Cass, Vidya, Fricia, Shenzing. This is cool. Okay. Thank you for watching. Screenwriter Vidya, script supervisor Kaede. That was excellent. That was an awesome way to end this. Okay, that now is everything. I just want to click recap. Oh no. Wait. Were you supposed to click that? This is interesting. Small groups of pedestrians hurried down the dark New Hentiro streets. Quite some time had passed since the riots from before. The danger had passed, and the New Hentiro citizens were doing their best to forget everything except their new way of life. Whoa. But unexpected incidents or little annoyances were constantly present, seemingly reminding everyone that some things really were gone forever. I'm sorry. I did not hit you. Hey, is that how you should apologize to someone? Alright, that's enough. Why are you arguing with a robot? It almost what? That piece of junk almost messed up my hair. This again. You said it yourself. You moved to New Hentiro to stop focusing so much on romance and aesthetics. Now you're fussing about the little hair you have left. Damn. With all of the recent changes, the citizens of New Hentiro had begun to head out together more often. It was common to spot them walking alongside one another for a casual chat after dinner. This was once a rare sight in New Hentiro, back when everyone strictly conformed to the rules. Now people paid more attention to interpersonal connections and tried to be talkative, even if the topics discussed were rather trivial. If the confrontation between Nova and Rose and Kawarnia had brought about any obvious impact on this city and its residents, it would be the way it humanized the people. Anyway, was it good or bad? Was it a good or bad thing that you moved here before that storm? Hey, what are you looking at? That girl. She's sitting in the window at that bar. There you go again. I'm talking to you. I think I've seen her somewhere before. Yeah, you've seen every pretty girl before, right? No, seriously. I really have seen her somewhere. She looks so familiar. The young man's eyes widened as he took a closer look at the girl in the floor-to-ceiling window. But the next second, he heard the loud noise of the digital citizen terminal in his ear. Oh? Another video news alert. What happened this time? Almost simultaneously, every person on the street received the same information. Everyone stopped, took out their citizen terminals, and stared at the flashing lights on the screen. Man's hair is in shambles. Also, oh, the pen pals for the waifu collection? Exactly. Breaking news. The two perpetrators responsible for a small-scale violent crime on one of New Hentiro's outer islands a few days ago has been apprehended. Huh? I remember. It's her. She was on the news. I think she was interviewed as one of the victims. What's so weird about that? Hundreds of people have been interviewed daily since that news station started. She's different. I remember her talking extremely passionately about the heroes of New Hentiro. Okay. Don't stare at her. Don't stand here like an idiot. You're scaring her. The older woman grabbed the young man's arm, pulling him out of the girl's line of sight. The girl shifted her gaze to the citizen terminal in her hand that was still reporting the news story. The heroes of New Hentiro. As the broadcast played in the background, the girl's mind recalled the encounter that had recently taken place. There had already been several days of darkness, ever since New Hantiro's dome had encased the city once again. The night had been endless. You guys, what are you doing? Quiet, girl. There was an impatient quality to the man's tone. He winked at his companion, who responded with an understanding nod. He then walked to the entrance of the alleyway and began speaking in a southern Kuru accent. Upon realizing his companion's voice was enough to conceal everything that had happened here in the shadows, the man turned to look at the girl in front of him and showed a stiff smile. It's just me and my bro here. We're after money. We aren't going to kill you. You know how hard life is going to be now that Ganges is gone. We're all citizens of New Hantiro. We should help each other out, right? As he said this, the man revealed the knife he was holding. It was just a typical fruit knife, but it shone with a cold sheen under the dim light. After hearing his blatant confession, the girl felt herself calm down somewhat. She'd heard the city was full of muggers and thieves these days, but she didn't expect to experience it firsthand so soon. Here's my terminal. The transfer password is... You must be joking. We can't withdraw a cent from the bank right now, and creating a transfer record would be like willingly entering my crime right into the database. The man grabbed the girl's terminal and shoved it into his pocket without even looking at it. Then he took her bag, rifling through it. What's all this crap? Who still uses paper notebooks in this day and age? I'm a student. Ignoring the girl's quiet response, the man continued searching through her bag and cursing until he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind him. He then realized that his companion's voice could no longer be heard. Something is wrong. Just as those 3 words popped into his head, the man felt a gust of wind rushing at the back of his head. Are you okay? The girl stared blankly at the 2 people in front of her. The black-haired woman who posed this question picked up her bag, which had already fallen on the ground. The man who had knocked out the mugger with a single strike was actually leaning up against the wall. For some reason, she got the sense this was a common occurrence for them. I'm okay. Thank you. The girl took her bag, hastily nodding. Do you need us to walk you home? No, that's okay. My house is just up ahead. The girl pointed to an apartment building nearby. She wasn't trying to be polite. She had actually taken this route to get home faster. In that case, we'll head out. Come on, buddy. Could I ask who... The black-haired woman had already exited the alley, but the man following behind her had heard the girl. He paused as if he thought of something and then turned back around. Be careful when you're walking on the street. With that brief comment, the mysterious man vanished into the night as quickly as he'd appeared. What did those 2 look like again? The heroes in the endless night. New Hentiro's light. The woman sitting on the bar couch scrolled through the news projected by her citizen terminal. However, she was left confused after scanning it. After reporting on the public security case, the anchor began reading citizen submissions. Several claimed that they had spotted heroes appearing and disappearing. What are these people on about? You haven't heard? Everyone's been talking about it. I heard some weirdo taught those thieves and thugs who were trying to exploit the chaos a lesson. Haven't you realized things are a lot safer recently? Now that you mention it, I've heard that person is a master of ancient Kuru martial arts, able to scale walls and leap rooftops with ease. Even the burliest of men can't withstand a single punch from that hero. You should get your story straight. There isn't just one of them. My friend said there were two people working together. One is a skilled martial artist, while the other has super strength. They're only successful due to their cooperation. Where'd you hear that? Some people say that guy isn't even human, that he's a service bot who gained consciousness. Don't tell me you actually believe that nonsense. Okay. It sounds like there's no way to know if it's true or not. It's true. The legs of his chair scraped against the ground. The three looked over to see a girl with a tense expression standing next to the bar. She held something that looked like a badge in her hand, cradling it against her chest like a precious treasure. The heroes of New Hentiro are real, because I've seen them with my own two eyes. I see. Okay. I get it. That was Kaede. That's why she was so like quick to volunteer and everything like that for the movie and stuff. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay, that was cool. Yeah. That was all of the main story. Every little bit for Operation Midnight. It's like, that was fun. That was a real fun story. I like that. Operation Midnight update is great. And of course, you have all the other modes pertaining to this patch. You know, the early trial, Fisher of Light, hero games, all of that as well too. These are the usual, as in the other events, of course, so we pretty much already know how they are. I didn't look in the shop, though. That's one thing I haven't seen. I mean, it's the shop, I know, of course. I just want to see, because I know, like, new operatives and things like this, too. Actually, I was wondering, can you actually view the pictures? No, it doesn't look like you can. Probably have to go out to the actual, like, operators and look them up there. But actually, just want to see what this set does, though. Increases attack by 24%. This was made for her. When equipped by Vidya, Agave, increases standard skill damage by 16% for each standard skill phase increase. Increase ultimate skill damage by 64% when at max phase and for 10 seconds after exiting max phase. So, damn, yeah, this set is for Agave. Just like all the others are for, you know, their respective characters as well, too. And there are special film reels here. Nice. But yeah, so since you guys were telling me that there's a new trailer out, let us watch that together. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Just give me a second. Get demonetized together. Listen, come on. You know the games that we play here. I mean, Honestly, it would have happened a long time ago. Hold on. Okay. Not gonna lie, some videos aren't monetizable. But yeah. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Okay, I see it now. 2 hours ago. So give me a second just to switch this over to OBS. Oh boy. I can already see why when I hovered over the video with my mouse, but you know what? I don't care. We're doing this. All right. Here we go. Actually, hold on. I forgot to turn Snowbreak's volume down real quick so we can actually watch it. So let's go back out here. Audio. There we go. Goodbye, Snowbreak. Here we go. It's only a minute long. Ah. I see. Listen. 1, this is awesome. 2, if they demonetize me, they gotta demonetize this as well too. It's on Snowbreak's official YouTube channel. So there you go. See? This is just a preview for the next update. You know, I was just about to say, we're gonna have to pull her out. I see. It's like, can you tell who's who? Yup. Just once more for greatness. First one is obviously Katya. This is Enya. You can tell from the hair as well too, and the color scheme. I mean, we know that's Marion, and yeah, she's doing. Marion's doing weird things again. That's awesome. Okay. I forgot where this was. I honestly, it's funny. If I was louder during the stream, it's because I forgot to turn this all the way back up, but that's okay. As long as you can still hear it. S&M, I don't know what that shit's called. Yeah, it is. S&M bondage. But yeah, that was great. Operation Midnight. Like, that was a really fun like story and chapter. Actually, I do want to see something. If we go to fight, we go to main story. I just want to see. Okay, yeah, it's considered special. Okay, that's all. I just want to see that it was considered special, and it is. So we have chapter, that means chapter, what was that, 14? I forgot already. Terrible. Yeah, chapter 14 to look forward to. So is this going to be another special one coming up, or is this going to be actually chapter 14? But yeah, now we have Agave. Like, we didn't know that was going to happen in the end. But yeah. So now we have everyone so far, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, as far as like main characters that have appeared and that we like can have on, you can eventually have on our side. You know what I mean? Actually, no. I don't know if they're gonna go. They might go back to that whenever they go back to that. There is one more person that I can think of, and it's the second one is Cherno. That was Cherno? Summer side quest, as far as you know. We are missing the army lady. Remember, she got Titan jacked last patch? Did she? It's been quite a while. But I know you're talking about that. You're talking about what was her name? We shortened her name to like Lee, I think it was, right? I know you're talking about though. But yeah, there's her. So, and then who I was gonna say, who was I originally thinking of, was actually back towards the early chapters. The girl who is with the rich girl who's with Dietrich. You know, we call him Dick Rich because he's a dick. The one who they go around hunting people because they're assholes. Her, because remember, she's kind of like undercover-ish, like, and on the fence about what what they're doing and stuff. So she may end up coming to our side eventually if they ever go back to that, if she just doesn't straight up get killed either. Lee, yeah. So yeah, her and Lee are two other people that I think that we might be like playable characters, unless they just introduce someone brand new. And the reason why I haven't mentioned certain other people is because, well, they're enemies, basically. Like, if you're thinking about, what's her name? Oh no, I forgot her name. Her and Nita, her and Nita used to be friends, but she went and killed everyone of her people. Doesn't her name starts with a K as well too, I think, right? But yeah, her. No, like at this point, I think we're just gonna have to fight her. And then the other lady, the one who was sick and had to use the inhaler, she's dead-ish. Remember, they said they were still, there were still traces of her. And Ida said we could possibly bring her back somehow. But yeah, besides that, I don't think there's anyone else who they've introduced so far. Unless, like I said, they just keep on bringing out new people like Vidya. But we all know there's one person who hasn't gotten anything. I'm hoping they're just building up to her story and her patch. But yeah, about that. Nita. Nita's been here from the very beginning. And she hasn't really gotten anything. The swimsuits should be Katya, Enya, Cherno, Cirrus, maybe forgot trailer, Marion. See, that's the other thing too. Whatchamacallit? They gave her a room. Nita, but that's it. But yeah, it's true. I can't think of her name. All I remember is that her name was the Vulture. Hold on. I have to go to the archives. Where is she? We fought her before, so this isn't like any spoilers or anything. Enemy intel. Oh wow, not a K at all. Esther. There we go. I always remember her as Vulture, but not Esther. Yeah, but unless they can somehow... See, the thing is, I was going to say, unless they can somehow redeem her, but because of what she did, it's more like, yeah, she might just have to be, she just might have to be taken out. Because she wasn't forced to do any of that from what we saw. She did that all on her own. And like, that's really gonna suck too. Can you imagine, like, for Nita when she goes back to her people and stuff and just no one's left? Also, it's gonna suck for Enya too. Because remember, Enya cared about the kids and stuff and everything that were there. Like, she took out everybody. But yeah. It's like, that's pretty much everything, though. Vidya, she's very fun to use as well. It's like, you kind of just hold her skill and she just goes off and does whatever. But yeah. Her special is cool, though. I do like the fact that she can wrap up multiple energies in that string. Enemies in that string. And then release all the energy at once like that. So that is pretty cool. You need the energy regen if you want to do that, though. Okay. That makes sense. That does make sense. So yeah, you have to build her accordingly, but it's the fact that it can be done. Like, it's just hilarious. But yeah, I think that's pretty much everything, guys. Let me check here. Just to see. Like I said, I didn't look at any of this. Okay. We've used these characters before, like I said, and we've been using Vidya the whole time. So that's nothing different. Let me see. Does she have an outfit, though, right now? Yes, she does. Okay, so that's what I figured. They usually come out with an outfit as well, too. Okay. Okay. Look at her. She's just a gushing. Okay. It's nice. Let me see something. It's nice, but honestly for her, I like her regular outfit more. It's like, that's what I can say on that. Yeah. Granted, I don't know if that's a different outro. That might be something. Let me see. Exquisite. Let's see. Contains a new cover. Does it have it? Ah, it does. Okay. So I will showcase that. There we go.
分析員さんの視線を感じました。次のシーンの準備でもしますか。絶妙なタイミング。
This way we pretty much would have seen every last thing on her.
次は本気です。
Okay. Those beams there seem to be a slightly different color as well. And let's see how the special looks.
今まで見たことがないものを
Yeah,
お見せしま
that's
しょ
what
う
it is. Okay. It's not just simply purple or violet. The string color is different. And now let's
絶
see
妙なタイミング。
what the outro looks like. Or before we do, just get a nice look at her in the outfit as well. All right. Let's see.
もう少しだけ見ていてください。
Okay. Yeah. See? Like I said, I do like her regular one better. Even the outro, actually. Like with the little adjutant plushy doll and the hearts. Yeah. Plumed beauty. Yep, but that's all of her. Alright, everyone. It's like... like I said, I saw the the end of summer trailer, I guess is what we'll call that. And you guys showed me the newer trailer they just released. And as always, yeah, looking forward to Snowbreak's next patch. Every patch seems to be consistently good or just better and better. And yeah, the director, he said that he doesn't plan on changing direction and keeping things, you know, going the way they are, and he's doing a great job. The whole Snowbreak crew is. I think it's officially rated M in China now. Oh, okay. There you go. That if that is indeed true, then that explains even more as well too. Which then allows them to do more of what they actually want as well too. M for mature, yeah. Yep. So that's the thing. It's like whenever M for my DigiCash is gone, damn. I know that's another thing. It's like this is gonna be quite an interesting upcoming patch. Time remaining is 10 days. So yeah. We have 10 days until we get hit with their new patch. I'm hoping that it's as good as Operation Midnight as well as too, because like I said, Operation Midnight was actually the angle and perspective that they went from of Agave, like, let's make a movie, but it also tied into the seriousness of the situation. Was really nice. And we learned that her power is indeed the power of delusions, which is great. It's like Agave, she or Vidya is a really great character. She is. And I'm glad that it ended with her staying with us as well too. Because they could have threw a curveball and just be like, oh yeah, Vidya just goes off somewhere and doesn't show up for, you know, who knows how long. But they did. But alright guys, with that said, we've completed Operation Midnight. And yeah, if you've been watching me play Snowbreak here, It's like look forward to their next major update coming soon as well, because it looks like it's going to be a good one. So, that said, till next time, have a good night, everyone.